Order. Déclaration des députés, honorable député de Dorval.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, this summer was a season full of festivities and accomplishments in Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. I had the pleasure of participating in dozens of events in my riding. The inauguration of the Aqueduct Promenade in Marie-Claire Kirkman-Casgrain Park, the launch of the Duff Court Community Market, and of course all of the celebrations, including the 125th anniversary of the City of Dorval, the 375th of Lachine, and the 150th of Canada.
Additionally, this summer, the Ministry of Employment Skills Link program has created dozens of jobs for young people in the riding. The Minister of Environment came to Lachine to announce our decade-long partnership with the Government of Quebec to ensure a healthy St. Lawrence River, and the Minister of Status of Women personally came to our open house to discuss the impact of poverty on women. I had a great summer, and I have a feeling that thanks to this government, the summers of Dorval, Lachine, and LaSalle are only going to get better and better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Today marks World Architecture Day. Architects make the framework of our lives, and architects dream the future of where we live, work, and play. When architects dream well, their work becomes part of the story of our lives. Preserving our built heritage benefits all Canadians. That's why I introduced Bill C-323, which will create a tax incentive for Canadians who restore and rehabilitate their heritage properties. This bill has the support of the Royal Architecture Institute of Canada, who said it was good news and an opportunity for all members of all political parties to support the retention of Canada's historic buildings. Canadians care about outstanding architecture around them. We are worse off when magnificent buildings are demolished or neglected. We now have an opportunity to support Canadians working to preserve historic buildings so they can be enjoyed by generations to come. On World Architecture Day, I encourage all members to help preserve our built heritage and support Bill C-323.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, as a Member of Parliament for one of Canada's most diverse ridings, I deeply appreciate the immense contributions that generations of Asian Canadians have made to our great country. In that spirit, I'm proud to rise today in celebration of two wonderful events taking place on Parliament Hill this week. This evening, I'm pleased to welcome Korean Canadians from across Canada to a joint celebration of Canada's 150th anniversary and Korea's National Foundation Day. In addition, on Wednesday, it is my honor to be co-hosting a Mid-Autumn Festival on the Hill in celebration of the upcoming harvest. Dodo, Malgo, Doldol, Malgo, Hanga, Wiman, Ga Ta Ra. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, today is National Habitat Day, another opportunity for me to talk again about the persistent housing problems in Canada. Despite positive rhetoric, Canada's housing record is far from glorious. We're still waiting for details about the housing strategy, but it's already clear that the investments needed to curb the crisis are not immediately available. Yet this crisis is very real and affects the most vulnerable members of our society: single-parent families, seniors, recent immigrants, and persons with disabilities. And then there are Indigenous people who often live in terribly overcrowded conditions in buildings that are not appropriate to their lifestyle or to the climate. And what are the Liberals doing? Well, they're pushing back 90% of these new investments until after 2019. It's time to take concrete steps to stop this crisis from getting worse. And especially, it's time that we recognize that housing is a right.
The
Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, I'm very excited to rise today in the House to congratulate our 29th Governor-General, Her Excellency the Right Honourable Julie Payette, after her installation ceremony earlier today. She's a scientific communicator, engineer, and astronaut. She's someone who's always been very active in her community and someone who was able to capture our collective imagination. Ms. Payette is an inspirational woman who has shown leadership and dedicated her entire life to exploring.
She's representative in Canada. I know that she will continue to make us proud here at home and abroad. And I would also like to take a moment to thank the Right Honourable David Johnston for his exceptional service and for fulfilling his duties with such integrity and grace. I believe I speak for all members in this House in wishing him and his wife Sharon all the best as he moves on to other projects. Merci.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this Saturday, I attended the 163rd opening of the Highgate Fair in the eastern part of my riding at Chatham-Kent-Leamington. We enjoyed all you can expect from a great country fair, beginning with a great parade by Parade Marshal Woody McKillop, a pie auction, craft displays, old and new farm equipment, as well as farm animal showings by the local 4-H club. This was especially exciting for Faye and I as we watched our grandkids compete in the calf, beef, and rabbit competitions. All in all, the weather was great, the crowd was enthusiastic, and all the kids had a great time. Thank you to all the organizers, and congratulations to the community of Highgate for putting on a terrific event. I look forward to next year and enjoying another wonderful day at the Highgate Fair.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Canada's Chief Scientist, Dr. Mona Nemer. Born in Beirut, her appointment is a great honour for the entire Lebanese community in Canada. Other Lebanese-Canadian scientists also distinguish themselves. For example, Dr. Jeanne Arissa Daher and her twin sister, Dr. Mona Arissi Daher, who is an ophthalmologist at CHUM. Both deserve to be complimented. Their accomplishments are thanks to the devotion of their mother, Grace Daguerre. Far from the spotlight, this lady, who was a lawyer by training, raised 5 high-achieving children, despite the challenge of being forced from their war-torn country. Her unconditional love and her commitment, strength of character, passion, and vision have made her a true inspiration. In this Women's History Month, I invite all of my colleagues to celebrate these exceptional women. Long live science and long live Lebanon.
The honourable member for Quebec-Marquette.
Mr. Speaker, October 1st was National Seniors Day, a day recognizing the invaluable contributions made by seniors to my riding and indeed all ridings of those in this place. I rise today to celebrate the important contributions that they have made to the national discourse.
I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Nickel Belt, for having tabled a motion that calls on the government to take measures that would help improve the quality of life of seniors in Canada.
I look forward to welcoming him to Tobique-Mactaquac and invite seniors living in my riding to join us with a robust dialogue. Mr. Speaker, the province of New Brunswick has the oldest population in Canada, making it increasingly important to ensure that seniors and their families have access to the information, key services, and programs available in their communities. On Wednesday, October the 11th, my office is partnering with the New Brunswick Wellness Branch and the New Brunswick Wellness Network to hold a Seniors Roundtable and a Healthy Living and Aging Well Expo. All constituents are encouraged to attend, participate in the roundtable, and learn about the resources and services available to seniors in our area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Mr. Speaker, on September 10th, I had the honour of attending Canada's Walk of Hope for Ovarian Cancer along Highway 60 near Saskatoon. Striving for early detection was the theme of the walk. More research needs to be done so that methods of early detection of ovarian cancer can be developed. Unfortunately, there is no reliable screening test for ovarian cancer. 2 of my friends, Brenda from Cudworth and Denise from Saskatoon, have each lost their battle with ovarian cancer, and I do miss both of them. If you have any signs and symptoms that may indicate ovarian cancer, please talk to your physician. Even though close to 3,000 women in Canada are diagnosed with ovarian cancer each year, only 2% of donations for cancer are directed toward this disease. And the competition for research dollars is one disease that is sometimes overlooked. Ovarian Cancer Canada welcomes volunteers and your financial support. Please visit ovariancanada.org today to donate and get involved and support your friends and family who have struggled against this tragic illness.
The honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As a cancer survivor myself, it is important to remember that this is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Month, so please let us pause to remember all of the mothers and daughters and sisters and friends who have lost their lives to this terrible disease. But let us also celebrate the great strides in detection, prevention, and treatment that have been made in the past decades. Like all cancer, early detection is essential to maximizing the chances of survival. I believe that early detection just simply saved my life. If you have a mother or a sister, encourage her to do regular screening. If you employ women, ensure they have the time and opportunity to be screened. So let's do everything we can to ensure that fewer women succumb to breast cancer while scientists continue to search for a cure. Thank you.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate the National Day for Nonviolence. All Canadians were shocked and saddened by the news out of Edmonton and Las Vegas this weekend. It's all too easy to think that these terrible attacks, these tragedies, could never happen here. Not in my community, not in my backyard.
And with our friends in Edmonton and the United States, our thoughts and condolences are with the families and friends of those who were killed and injured and those affected by these senseless acts of violence. We are grateful to the first responders and the authorities who continue to work in our communities when faced with unspeakable tragedy. On this sad occasion, let everyone in this chamber and across our great country commit to reaffirming the universal relevance of the principle of nonviolence and desire to secure a culture of peace, acceptance, and understanding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, today we share the profound grief of families in the United States and Canada following the horrific and senseless shooting in Las Vegas last night. As information continues to come in, we're learning about Canadians that were involved in this tragic event. Families are feeling the immense loss of losing a loved one, including Canadian families. Our thoughts and prayers are with you. Many more families are facing injuries to loved ones. Such senseless violence leaves the entire world in disbelief. Two of my constituents were in Las Vegas at the concert when the attack began. I am shocked and saddened to learn Jody Ansel and Jan Lamborn were shot during the horrific attack in Las Vegas last night. Jan is a friend of mine. Both are being treated for their wounds, and we're all pulling for you. I want to extend my gratitude to all the first responders for doing everything in their power to bring the attack to an end and for assisting the victims. As we mourn for the victims and their families, all Canadians will come together to denounce this callous act of violence. On behalf of the loyal opposition, and indeed all parliamentarians, I want to offer sincere condolences to all families impacted by this senseless act.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my distinguished colleague for his excellent words, and it's with great sadness that I rise today to speak to the horrific events that occurred over the weekend. On Saturday night, Canadians were left reeling after a terrorist attack in Edmonton, which left 5 injured. And on Sunday night, an attack, hate-provoked, at a music concert in Las Vegas left 50 people dead and hundreds injured. These violent attacks against innocent people were heinous, unprovoked, and appalling. I join all members of this House in offering thoughts and prayers to the victims and their families. Our condolences and thoughts are with all those affected, and Global Affairs is following up on reports of Canadian victims. All Canadians stand together against the hate behind these attacks, and we will not let it divide us. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria.
It gives me great pleasure to rise today to congratulate the newly elected leader of the New Democratic Party of Canada, Mr. Jagmeet Singh. Mr. Speaker, this historic victory is very exciting for our caucus and for New Democrats across this country. As the new leader, Jagmeet brings with him a strong sense of renewal and momentum for our party. He also brings his many years of experience fighting against discrimination and inequality. Jagmeet's going to lead the NDP's work to build a more inclusive Canada, one that lifts everyone up, not just the few at the top.
I also want to recognize the incredible contributions of the 3 other leadership candidates. They succeeded in promoting new and exciting ideas to build a better country. Canadians all across the country will benefit from these truly progressive values. The NDP has a strong team in this House, and we are looking forward to working with our new leader, Jagmeet Singh.
Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, Saturday evening, the people of Edmonton were subjected to a cowardly act of terror. Above all else, our thoughts and prayers are with the victims of this attack and their loved ones. Canada is regarded as a nation of peace. When that peace is shattered, as it was in Edmonton this weekend, the effects are felt right across the country. Often, we feel outraged at an attack on our fellow citizens, but instead of focusing on full strength to look at for inspiration, look no further than the great city of Edmonton, and especially to its first responders. These women and men put the safety of the public before their own, and there is no telling how many lives they saved on Saturday evening. Canada is not immune to the threat of global terror, but we can and we must face it head on, and we will.
Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians stand with the City of Edmonton in the wake of the terrorist attack committed on Saturday. Everyone across the country, and certainly everyone in this House, is thinking of the injured and of their loved ones. We hope for their full and speedy recoveries. We are also grateful for the first responders who answered the call, as they always do, with courage and dedication, and for those who have been working ever since to ensure that everybody is safe. This vicious act of terror has left us devastated and outraged, but not intimidated and certainly not divided. Canadians will support each other and overcome this tragedy together. We know that we must remain forever vigilant against hate and extremism, just as we remain united in our unshakable determination to make this country, more than ever, a shining example of openness, inclusion, and strength through diversity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are shocked and saddened following the terrorist attack in Edmonton this weekend.
By the attack in Edmonton, in which an ISIS-inspired individual injured several people, including a brave police officer. The terrorist ideologies have no place in our great country, and our thoughts and prayers remain with those who are injured, and we all wish them a speedy recovery. Can the Minister update the House on how the government is responding to this incident, and will he join us in sending our deepest condolences to all those who are injured?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we are all appalled by the terror attack in Edmonton over the weekend. All Canadians totally condemn such horrible violence. Our thoughts and prayers are indeed with the 5 victims who were injured. 3 have already been released from hospital. 2 are still in care. The police investigation is still early but vigorously ongoing, led by the RCMP in close collaboration with Edmonton City Police. As was said by the Prime Minister, by Premier Notley, Mayor Iveson, RCMP Commissioner Dubois, Edmonton Police Chief Connect, and many members in this House today. We will not allow this to divide us, and we will not be intimidated.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are also shocked and disturbed by what appears to be the worst mass shooting in U.S. history. Last night, over 50 people were killed and another 500 injured by a shooting on the Las Vegas Strip. Reports indicate that at least 2 Canadians, a 28-year-old woman from Alberta and a 23-year-old man from British Columbia, were killed in this despicable act of terrorism. Can the Minister please provide an update to the House on how the government has responded and what consular assistance has been offered to Canadians visiting Las Vegas at this time?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada strongly condemns the horrific attack which took place in Las Vegas that killed and injured so many innocent people. Our thoughts and condolences are with the friends and family of those killed. I am very sad to confirm that at least 1 Canadian is among those killed. Canadian consular officials are working closely with U.S. authorities to identify and help any other Canadians hurt by this dreadful attack. And if any Canadians listening are aware of friends and family who may be harmed or caught up in the attack, please do get in touch with Global Affairs immediately. And I think I can say for all members of this House that Canada stands with the United States and with the American people following this terrible attack.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, les
Mr. Speaker, the so-called consultations by the Liberals on the unfair taxes end today, and it's clear that the Liberals weren't prepared to listen to farmers or small business owners by organizing these consultations in the summer. Premiers of the provinces and territories will be in Ottawa tomorrow, and they're calling for an extension for the consultations. Will the Prime Minister listen to the advice of his counterparts and finally listen to the concerns of Canadians and extend these consultations? Mr. Speaker, we know that it's very important to have a system that is fair. At the same time, we know that it's very important to listen. And that's why, over the past 2 months, we had an opportunity to listen to Canadians across the country, to listen to how we can facilitate change in an appropriate way. We listened. We will continue with our measures, with the important steps stemming from the consultations. The Honourable Member for Beauce.
The Finance Minister has not listened to the concern of thousands of Canadians worried about the future of their family small business. Meanwhile, Monroe Chapelle sells private pension plans to those who will be affected by this tax increase. This is not only a conflict of interest, it is also an insult to Canadians. When the Finance Minister will listen and lower taxes to small businesses?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, we do want to make sure that we move forward to ensure that our tax system is fair for the long term. We know that as we do that, we've got to come forth with measures, as we've done, and listen to Canadians to make sure that we're actually having the desired impact. So I can assure this House and I can assure Canadians that we've been out listening, that we will take their considerations into our deliberations, and we'll move forward to make sure that our system is fair and that we do it in a way that does not impact people inappropriately.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance didn't listen to entrepreneurs across the country, especially their fears about the future of their businesses. But in the meantime, Monroe Chapelle is selling private pension plans to people who will benefit through these botched reforms. Mr. Speaker, this is a conflict of interest, and I think that Canadians expect more of the Minister of Finance. It's an insult to Canadians. When will the Minister finally understand and stop being so bent on indebting Canada and taxing small businesses at the expense of the future growth of these businesses? Honourable Minister of Finance.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we know that it's very important for small and medium-sized businesses to have a tax system that encourages investment. At the same time, it's important to have a fair system, and that's the objective of our measures. We have determined that it's very important to listen, and that's why we held consultations. We will listen to what we heard. This is very important for the decisions we will be making in the future. This is what we will do. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, in Catalonia, we saw disturbing scenes from a past we thought gone. People were injured, shot at with rubber bullets. Old people were dragged through the streets. Why? Because they wanted to vote. Madrid used force to violate the Catalonian people's right to self-determination. The Prime Minister is always so eager to give lessons in democracy and human rights to everyone. He's remained silent. Why is there government silence on the situation in Catalonia? I'd like to take a moment to congratulate the NDP on the election of their new leader. His election will bring new diversity among the leaders of the federal parties.
On protecting the environment, growing the economy, and building a stronger middle class. We look forward to a constructive debate and working together with the NDP towards a common goal of building a better future for all Canadians. We just wanted to say congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
I'll give the government a second chance. It was about Catalonia. The Prime Minister has made a big deal about Canada being back on the international scene. Yet, when it comes time to step up to the plate and condemn violation of democratic principles in Catalonia, his government chooses not to. In the process of trying to vote, people are being arrested and subjected to violence. These actions need to be condemned. Why does this government continue to remain silent?
The Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada, of course, values its relationship with Spain. While the issue of Catalonia is an internal matter for Spain, yesterday's reports of violence are very concerning. A solution to this debate should be found respectfully, within the rule of law, according to the Spanish Constitution, and through peaceful dialogue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, yesterday at Tout le monde en parle, the Minister of Heritage was unable to defend the indefensible, her agreement with Netflix. No one in Quebec thinks it's a good agreement. The minister continues to boast that we're the only country to have signed this type of a deal with Netflix. Well, that's normal because no other country would want to give up their cultural sovereignty. The minister has said it's impossible to do otherwise, but in fact, Japan, Australia, Norway, and the European Union are making people like Netflix pay their part. Why can't we do it? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear the concerns from the field. In the digital era, we must protect and promote our creators and our creative industries. That's what I proposed on Thursday, a plan that will modernize a sector that hasn't been modernized for a long time, and I hope to work closely with members of the community to do so.
The Minister continues to brag that Canada is the first country to make such a deal with Netflix. Well, I'll tell you why. Surely it's a great deal for Netflix, but not for Canadians. 3/4 of this investment comes directly from Canadians through a Netflix rates hike. In the meantime, other countries are trying to create a level playing field by ensuring large corporations like Netflix pay their fair share. So why is this government working for the best interest of large American companies and not for us, Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, we're extremely proud of the vision for a Creative Canada that we had the chance to present last Thursday, including that and very historic investment on the part of a foreign platform, which is Netflix, of $500 million over the next 5 years in Canadian productions. And therefore, we think this is a great news for our industry, and we'll work to make sure that we modernize our sector to protect and promote our culture during this important time, which is the digital shift. Thank you.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the consultation period on the unfair Liberal tax changes is coming to an end, and while many questions are unanswered, what is clear is that companies like Morneau Shepell will be sheltered from these tax increases, and specifically Morneau Shepell will benefit from these tax changes. Now, going after small businesses while protecting one's own investment is hypocritical, but does the Minister of Finance not see that this decision appears to put him in a direct conflict of interest?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what you've seen is that the system that we have right now encourages wealthy people to incorporate so they can pay a lower rate of tax. We know that that is not the system that we want in order to make sure that it's fair. So we've identified some measures that we know will make an important difference. We've also said that we need to listen to people to make sure that we get those measures right. So we have listened. We're going to continue to listen and make sure we take into account what we've heard in our consultations so that we can move forward, making sure that our system is fair and the people will continue to invest in our economy.
Opposition House Leader.
You know, we know the minister's had a tough weekend, and so he may have forgotten that he committed to abstain from any discussions surrounding Morneau Shepell. Mr. Speaker, we've heard from expert testimony that the Liberal tax changes will benefit companies that provide individual pension plans, plans that Morneau Shepell provides. Why did the Minister of Finance not abstain from these discussions? Or is he like the Prime Minister and he thinks the rules just don't apply to him?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I would say that it's critically important that a Minister of Finance gets engaged in order to make sure that our tax system is fair. And that's exactly what I've done. We've taken a look at the kinds of things in our tax code right now that encourage behaviours for wealthy individuals to actually pay a lower tax rate than other middle-class Canadians. So that's not a system that we want to have going forward. We've done this in a way that we know allows people to have a point of view. They've expressed a point of view on many occasions. We're going to listen to those inputs to make sure that we get this right. That's what we commit to Canadians, and that's what we're doing as we move forward.
Lord.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday, the 5 Conservative members from Quebec City, the Quebec City region, listened to business people from the city, and Steve Marin was very emotional, and he said this: after all of the sacrifices I made, this reform is disrespectful. That's the reality of Canadian business, men and women. At the same time, the minister is protecting his family company instead of abstaining from decisions regarding it. Why is the minister doing that, but hassling real entrepreneurs like Steve Marin? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, as I said, it's very important to have a fair tax system. It's important to have a tax system that encourages active investment in corporations and companies. We know that it's possible to work on those two issues at the same time. That's what we're going to continue to do. We will listen, we'll continue to listen, and put in place measures based on what we've heard during our consultations. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. On Friday morning, we also heard from Ms. Lapierre in Quebec City. When they set up their business 3 years ago, her and her husband, for 10 months, didn't pay themselves a salary so that they could pay their employees. That is the real situation facing Canadian entrepreneurs, not the Morneau Shepell ones or Bay Street people. Real entrepreneurs. Why did the minister refuse to recuse himself when his own company would benefit from this reform? The minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that people who have small and medium-sized businesses are taking significant risks. We know it's important for them to be able to invest in their companies. It's important for them and for all Canadians to have a fair tax system. We are listening through our consultations because it's important to have measures that work, an economy that works, and investment in our economy.
Member for Carleton.
Fact. The Liberal proposal will take away retirement income splitting for small business owners unless they take that money out and put it in an individualized pension plan. Fact. This proposal will bring in a double tax on passive income earned within a company unless it's taken out and put it into an individual pension plan. Fact. Morneau Shepell is one of the few companies in the entire country that sells individual pension plans. Did the Finance Minister disclose these facts to the Ethics Commissioner before he came forward with these proposals?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
We know that our tax system is important. It's important that it's fair. We also know that it's complex. So we know that as we move forward with measures to make sure that we don't encourage wealthy people to incorporate, to have a lower tax rate than middle-class Canadians, we know that it's important to listen to get this right. So we are listening. We've heard things that we know are going to be important in our implementation. That's exactly what we committed to Canadians. As we move forward, we're going to get this right. The consultations mattered, and we're going to be able to make sure that we move forward in a way that will encourage people to continue to have successful businesses in our country.
Member for Carleton.
Well, Canadians are listening too, and they know that a lot of people will be hurt. Farmers will be hurt because they'll pay double tax trying to sell their farm to the next generation. No tax will be paid when that farm is sold to a giant corporate conglomerate like, say, McCain. Small businesses that are trying to save for their future, their maternity, their severance, they will be hurt with a double tax reaching as high as 73%. But a small group of people will be helped, including that minister's family business. Isn't he just a little bit embarrassed to have put forward a proposal that hurts so many people but helps him?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I guess what I'd like to say is that we've actually, in our consultations across the country, listened to farmers. We've listened to small business owners. We've listened to people who want to save within their business for taking time off for their family. So our goal is to make sure that as we consider how we move forward on these measures that are important to make sure that our system is fair, that we consider all those things. And what I've said is that we'll make sure that farmers are not negatively impacted. We'll make sure that small business owners can continue to invest in their business, and we'll make sure that people can continue to save within their business. These are all important objectives we know we can achieve fairness.
The honourable member for Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
The Prime Minister said at the UN that Canada believes in, quote, an approach that emphasizes fairness for everyone. And he said the historic experience of Aboriginal peoples, quote, was mostly one of humiliation, neglect, and abuse. And yet, his lawyers claim that the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement does not include a right to procedural fairness. How can the Prime Minister allow his government's lawyers to argue that survivors of abuse still don't deserve fairness?
Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, there's nothing further from the truth. We expect fairness in all judicial interactions with First Nations, and particularly with the survivors of Indian residential schools and the execution of their settlement agreements. And I'm happy to talk to the member opposite to find out what the specifics that she's referring to.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, the argument by this government's lawyers contradicts the spirit, intention, and wording of the settlement agreement. People had confidence in the Commission, but as you know, the Minister of Justice is an experienced lawyer. Does she think that judges and lawyers would write an agreement that wouldn't even include a fair process for survivors? The Honourable Minister.
Any time that there would be an agreement that wouldn't include a fair justice for survivors. I think that we are looking to almost be done with the Indian residential school is winding down because there has been fairness. So thank you, and I will look into whatever reference you are talking to.
Order. I remind the Honourable Minister to direct her comments to the Chair. The Honourable Member for Grande Prairie Mackenzie.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I met with Carrie. She and her family are fifth-generation farmers. They've worked hard and made many sacrifices to keep the farm in the family. Carrie is worried that the Liberal tax changes will make it impossible for her children to someday take over the family farm. When the minister stood in this House and committed to phone back every concerned farmer, Carrie took him at his word and left a message leaving both of her phone numbers. She's never heard back, and she's not alone. Consultations end today. When did the minister plan to call Carrie and the thousands of farmers who have called him? Or is that just another broken Liberal promise?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to repeat in this House, Mr. Speaker, that we've been out listening to farmers. I have heard from many farmers, and I want to assure them that we're taking their views into account. We know how important the family farm is. We know that they're concerned to make sure they can pass it on to the next generation. So we're listening to those inputs to make sure that we get it right. And I want to assure farmers that they will be in a positive situation to continue their investments in their farms and continue with their families on their farms after these measures are moved forward on.
Alors, honorable député de Lake.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance's tax reform will have a major impact on the future of family farms across the country, and the Minister promised to call all farmers across the country who called the Minister's line. And now, because dissatisfaction has spread across the entire country, we know that the Minister's voicemail box is overflowing. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of Finance extend the consultation period until he's spoken to all farmers who want to speak to him, or is that just another broken Liberal promise? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know that it's very important to have a fair tax system. We know that it's very important to listen. And so that's why I listened to farmers from across the country to listen to their challenges. What I can tell you is that we will take into account their views and they can continue operating their farms, keep them in their families, and that is very important. That will be the conclusion of our consultations.
Mr. Speaker, at Finance Committee, witnesses said that the Liberal tax changes could cost the average Canadian farmer $70,000 a year. Imposing a carbon tax, eliminating the deferral on cash grain tickets, and now these crippling new tax changes will make it almost impossible for someone to operate a family farm. It seems this Liberal government looks at hard-working Canadian farm families as nothing more than wealthy tax cheats. That is simply not true. This minister promised to call our farmers back. Will he commit today to extend the consultation period on these unfair tax changes so he can keep that promise?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's only one thing I'd like to throw you. I'd like to tell my honourable colleague. Farmers in this country are not tax cheats. And that's an inappropriate statement to say. What we want to do is create a system that is fair. We understand the importance of the agricultural sector in this country. Just look at the budget. And being a farmer, I understand how important the tax changes are and how important it is that farmers are able to invest dollars so they can be able to expand their business, repair their machinery, build buildings, just to make sure that they continue to expand. That is what this government has done and will continue to do.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's great for the Agriculture Minister to get up and yell in here, but he needs to talk to the person a few steps down from him and pass on that message. The Finance Minister stood in this House and he said he'd be happy to return the phone calls of any of my constituents who passed on their phone number.
Yes, he did.
Literally thousands of Alberta farmers have passed on their contact information. Do you know how many of those the Finance Minister contacted? Zero. Another broken promise by this Liberal government. Canadian farmers are angry. The consultation period ends today, and they feel that their voices have not been heard. Will the Finance Minister make those calls?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Minister of Finance has clearly answered that question. He has indicated that he has listened to farmers. We had consultations. The Minister of Finance in this government fully understands the importance of agriculture in this country. And he understands that farmers want to invest, and they want to be able to invest in their properties. They want to be able to expand their business. They want to be able to buy new equipment. And we will make sure, Mr. Speaker, that that will continue to be the case in this country.
L'Honorable Député d'Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Deeply disturbing news comes to us from Azerbaijan, where members of the LGBTQ community are arrested, detained, brutally beaten, and forced to submit to medical examinations. This type of persecution must obviously be condemned, but the federal government has approved an agreement with Azerbaijan for armored troop transport vehicles. In light of these disturbing reports, will the Liberals re-examine all arms exports to Azerbaijan and put an end to them, or will they continue to approve the sale of armored vehicles to this oppressive regime? The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we are truly disturbed by the human rights violations, including the violations of LGBT rights violations in Azerbaijan. Our government is unequivocal in its defense of all sexual minorities. Here and elsewhere, our government firmly defends LGBTQ rights in Canada and all over the world. LGBTQ rights have no borders. They have to be respected and supported everywhere.
Well, clearly, Mr. Speaker, this government hasn't learned a thing when it comes to selling arms to human rights violators. We're now hearing reports of yet another campaign of arrests and torture directed against an LGBTQ community, this time in Azerbaijan. Has the minister expressed her concerns about this campaign directly to the Azerbaijani government, as she just approved Canadian arm exports to Azerbaijan? And when will the Liberals finally turn rhetoric into reality on LGBTQ refugees? When will they turn one-off rescue programs into an ongoing path to safety for LGBTQ refugees whose lives are in imminent risk?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as I think the member opposite knows, I am personally very focused on the rights of persecuted LGBT minorities around the world, very much including the former Soviet Union. This is an issue which I take personally and in which I have been very personally engaged. On some areas, our government cannot speak about what we are doing because of the danger these people face. We are very focused on the danger in Azerbaijan as well.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, October is Women's History Month in Canada, and during this month we recognize the monumental contributions of Canadian women and girls over the course of our country's history. Can the Minister of the Status of Women tell the House that what our government is doing to recognize women's contributions to Canada's society?
Well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Kildonan St. Paul for all her contributions to Canada's story and wish everyone a happy Women's History Month. We all know women and girls who have dreamed big, who have pursued their dreams, have paved the way for the rest of us, women like our newly installed Governor General. This October, our government's inviting all Canadians to share the stories of these women and girls. En ce mois d'octobre, je vous invite.
This October, I invite you to share the story of a woman or girl who inspired you or motivated you to take your place in history. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Charles. Mr. Speaker, in the news this morning, we learned that the individual who committed terrorist acts Saturday in Edmonton had been suspected of supporting extremist ideologies. But at the time, the suspect was not considered dangerous for Canada's security. Mr. Speaker, what information did the RCMP have on this individual?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member will know, I cannot go into detail because this police investigation is ongoing and, in fact, charges have been laid. The individual, of course, has been identified by police now. He is a 30-year-old who entered Canada not recently, but back in 2012 and granted refugee status at that time.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we've already seen this movie several times. Once again, a terrorist act was committed by an individual who was not only known to police, but an individual who had already been suspected of expressing extremist ideology that threatened Canadian security. And now the minister is remaining vague on these very important issues. Canadians need to know what information the RCMP had on this individual to undertake an investigation. Why does the minister refuse to answer?
Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, because under our law, a criminal investigation and a terrorist investigation is underway. and I'm sure no member of Parliament would want to do anything advertently or inadvertently to interfere with that investigation. The RCMP, as all police forces in this country, follow the evidence wherever it leads. Where the evidence supports a charge, they lay one and they prosecute.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the RCMP previously investigated the Edmonton terror suspect on a tip that he espoused extremist ideology. Did the RCMP provide details of this investigation to the Immigration Minister's department? And does the Immigration Minister support the creation of a formal information sharing agreement between RCMP and IRCC, specifically designed to alert immigration officials when the RCMP starts an investigation on someone who has entered Canada as a refugee or asylum seeker?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, again, I would remind the honourable member that because of the nature of the investigation that is presently underway, that questions of that nature cannot be answered in detail at this time. The police will pursue the evidence wherever it leads, and they will lay charges as appropriate. And with respect to information sharing among departments, I would advise you to examine the details of Bill C-59.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, reports say that the suspects involved in the Edmonton terror attack has been granted protection by Canada under our asylum system. My previous question was important because when officials become aware of threats to the public, the Minister has the authority to label individuals with this protection who have committed serious crimes as a danger to the public and subsequently remove them from Canada. Will the Minister be exercising his authority in this regard if this individual is found guilty in a court of law?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as of today, criminal charges have been laid in this matter. Those charges preempt all other proceedings, and those charges, depending on how they are dealt with in the final analysis by the courts, those charges will determine the future prosecution of this case.
Member for Essex.
Last Friday, I walked a picket line with 2,800 CAMI workers on strike who are fighting to keep their jobs because of bad trade policy from past governments. The minister keeps saying how wonderful NAFTA has been for our country, and I'm sure that's true for her corporate friends, but I certainly didn't see her standing out on the picket line with us last Friday. This is the reality of NAFTA for working people, fighting to keep good-paying jobs from moving south to Mexico. What about the rest of us? How can Canadians trust this government to protect their jobs when the Liberals won't even stand up for workers now?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me assure the member opposite and all Canadian workers that we are fighting very hard at the NAFTA negotiating table for the interests of all Canadian workers and for Canadian jobs. The Labour chapter that Canada has proposed is the most progressive Labour chapter Canada has ever put forward. It has the support of Canadian unions and the support of unions in the United States. In fact, Elizabeth Warren wrote about how strong our proposals were over the weekend. Canadian workers are at the heart of our negotiating strategy, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, Liberals promised to help seasonal workers by resolving the issue of the black hole, but after 2 years, nothing has yet been done. During this time, many seasonal workers in New Brunswick and elsewhere in Canada have no income. Instead of solving the problem once and for all, the government is asking them to wait until the unemployment rate goes up. A real farce. Why is the government breaking its promise and abandoning our seasonal workers? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to repeat to this House just how the EI system is fundamental to ensure income security, a certain amount of social certainty for our workers, our families, and to guarantee access to jobs throughout the country when sometimes an economic situation is difficult in local regions. This government is making considerable efforts to increase the quality of services and benefits for the entire country, and we are looking forward to working in this manner.
For Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Premiers will be in Ottawa tomorrow to meet with the Prime Minister, and it's a chance to advocate for crucial energy infrastructure like Trans Mountain. But the new BC Premier is fighting to stop it, yet in their first meeting, the Prime Minister refused to even bring it up. The Prime Minister claims to support Trans Mountain, but of course, actions speak louder than words. When did the Prime Minister decide to abandon his responsibility to champion this pipeline, which is in best interest of all of Canada? Hear, hear.
Minister of Natural Resources.
This government approved the Trans Mountain Expansion Project. It approved the project because we determined that it was in the national interest. It was in the national interest because it will create 15,000 jobs, mostly for the people of Alberta. It's in the national interest because it allows us to expand our export markets. We're not comfortable with 99% of our exports in oil and gas going to one country, the United States. We approved it because we believed then, and we believe now, that is in Canada's interests.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
Then the Prime Minister should have brought it up to the Premier. Energy East will create thousands of jobs for all of Canada and add $55 billion to Canada's GDP. But Eastern Canadians are forced to rely on foreign oil from places like Venezuela and Algeria because the Liberals keep changing the rules as they go along. Provincial premiers are worried and want answers. The New Brunswick Premier said he believes the project is in jeopardy. Will the Prime Minister stand up for energy workers and their families and make sure Energy East gets built?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, it's not the job of the Government of Canada to make sure that a project gets built. It's up to the Government of Canada to make sure that the regulatory process is transparent, carries the confidence of Canadians, and understands the balance between economic growth, environmental stewardship, and partnership with Indigenous peoples. Since we came into power, there will be more than 38,000 jobs created in the energy sector, more than $30 billion for Canada's economy inside of 2 years, more than that government did in 10.
Honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Not true. Well, Mr. Speaker, these new regulatory hurdles that the Liberals keep imposing means that Canadian energy development, which is already operating under a world-class regulatory regime, is held to a different standard than, say, auto manufacturers. Now, if auto manufacturers had to take into account downstream tailpipe emissions, like the Liberals are forcing on energy infrastructure, they and half that caucus would justifiably be outraged, Mr. Speaker. I asked the Minister of Natural Resources, how is this fair?
Minister.
What is fair, Mr. Speaker, is that the Energy East project will be considered and assessed under exactly the same criteria as the Enbridge 3 expansion, as the Trans Mountain Express, and that the Government of Canada has offered to ensure that that assessment is done by the National Energy Board at no additional cost to the proponent. The same criteria that was used in the other projects will be used for Energy East.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, today is designated by the UN as World Habitat Day, and this year's theme is affordable homes. I was pleased to accompany the Canadian delegation for the UN Habitat 3 in Quito, Ecuador last November. Based on the unprecedented investments in housing in our past two budgets, we know that this government shares the important goal of providing Canadians with affordable homes. Could the minister responsible for housing provide us with an update on what those investments have achieved so far?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would first like to congratulate and thank my colleague for Davenport for her hard work on behalf of her constituents and for her advocacy for housing. I would also like to say, Mr. Speaker, that since April 2016, our government's commitment to housing has already paid off. 200,000 Canadians have seen their housing needs assisted by our measures. Later this fall, we will be launching our first ever national housing strategy, which will create opportunities for the long term, 10 years of investment and opportunities for every other partner in Canada. We're back, Mr. Speaker, and we're there for the long term.
Honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in celebration of National Seniors Day, I visited many seniors' homes, talking and listening to their concerns. One concern of seniors is identity theft. In light of a major security breach in a credit agency, when will the Liberal government take action to stop identity theft of our vulnerable seniors?
Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, the importance of seniors is not only extremely very clear in our mandate letter, but also been very clear in our actions since April 2016, where we increased by almost $1,000 the guaranteed income supplement for 900,000 vulnerable seniors, when we brought back to 65 years old the age of eligibility to old age security, which is preventing 100,000 vulnerable seniors from falling into severe poverty, when we have launched and will be launching again important investments in housing, in healthcare, all sorts of things, Mr. Speaker, which are going to produce a...
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, it was a big weekend. Saturday was National Seniors Day, and Sunday was pretty exciting too. However, the Sask Party's elimination of the Saskatchewan Transportation Company has stranded many seniors, leaving them without transport to medical appointments and family gatherings. This is unacceptable. Will the Liberal government make some of its transit infrastructure fund available to restore needed bus service between Saskatchewan's towns and cities?
Here, here. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his questions. This government was elected on a platform to deliver a historic plan to invest in infrastructure, $180 billion over 12 years to create long-term growth and jobs for the middle class, create a low-carbon green economy, and improve social inclusion. Since November 2015, Mr. Speaker, we've announced 153 projects in Saskatchewan with more than $210 million in federal funding, with combined funding of over $515 million. Together with the work with the province, we will continue to work with the province of Saskatchewan and deliver the projects that are dear to the Saskatchewan's heart. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, Sunday was National Seniors Day. We know that seniors face unique challenges in our society, including health-related ones. Can the Parliamentary Secretary of Health tell this House how the department is helping seniors lead healthier lives?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord for his tireless work on behalf of his constituents and for his strong advocacy on behalf of seniors. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the contribution of seniors to our country and is committed to ensuring seniors have access to health care services that they need. That's why we're investing $6 billion through Budget 2017 to improve access to home, community and palliative care services. This funding, along with our actions to bring down prescription drug prices in Canada and the important work being done by the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, demonstrate a clear commitment by this government to the health and well-being of Canada's speakers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, the numbers are in. The Liberals' Phoenix pay system fiasco is worsening. The backlog of cases grew by 20,000 last month. Wow. Hundreds of thousands of public servants aren't being paid their proper salaries. Some aren't being paid at all. These are real people. Just last week I spoke to Michelle in Edmonton. She hasn't seen any progress on her case in nearly 2 years. When will the minister finally stop blaming others and clean up this mess?
Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unacceptable that hardworking public servants are not being paid the money they're owed. And resolving this as quickly as possible is indeed our priority. We've taken a number of steps to resolve these problems, including investing $142 million to recruit, hire, and train more employees, initiating emergency pay advances, opening temporary satellite offices, implementing technological solutions, improving business processes, and instituting a working group of ministers. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, we will leave no stone unturned.
The honourable member for Pierre-Boucher-Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Spain brutalized the Catalan people. Spain brutalized democracy. And what side was Canada on? On the side of those who strike innocent people with clubs. And yet, the Prime Minister is always the first to arrive when it's time to drape himself in the mantle of virtue. But when it really counts, his complicit silence says a great deal about the importance he really attaches to democratic principles. Does the Prime Minister realize that his complicit silence legitimizes the Spanish government's violence? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, Canada appreciates its relationship with Spain. When it comes to Catalonia, it is an internal matter. We are very concerned by the violence occurring on the ground. We hope that a solution will be found through peaceful means and within their constitutional context. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, when the Spanish government denied the Catalan people to self-determination, Ottawa said nothing. When the Spanish government sabotaged the referendum, Ottawa said nothing. When the Spanish government used clubs against Catalans who wanted to vote, no matter what, Ottawa said nothing. A complicit silence. When will the Prime Minister finally get up and act like a statesman for democracy? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, as I already said, Canada appreciates its relationship with Spain. However, we are very concerned by the violence occurring on the ground. The matter of Catalonia is an internal matter. We, like all Canadians, hope that a solution will be found through peaceful means and that a dialogue will occur within the constitutional context of Spain. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, it's rare to find such a broad consensus in Quebec. Liberals, Parti Québécois supporters, tax experts, creators, business people, artists. The Minister of Heritage has not had an easy week last week, I understand. Political, business, and cultural communities are all saying the same thing. The Minister is granting Netflix a privilege and undermining Quebec's culture. Can the Minister guarantee that Netflix will guarantee at least 1/3 of the $500 million promised into the production of Francophone content? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the concerns of the sector. I represent the sector, and I'm working very hard to represent this particular sector. We have an ambitious goal, a vision of protecting our culture in the digital era. Our various laws don't even recognize the existence of Internet. That means we need to modernize a system that's 30 years old, and that's why I presented a reform. We're going to amend the Broadcasting Act and the Telecommunications Act to make sure that we can protect our culture. Thank you.
That vacancies have occurred in the representation, namely Ms. Diane Watts, member for the electoral district of South Surrey White Rock, by resignation effective Friday, September 29, 2017. The Honourable Judy Foote, member for the electoral district of Bonavista, Burin Trinity, by resignation effective Saturday, September 30, 2017. Pursuant to subsection 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I addressed warrants to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of writs for the election of members to fill these vacancies.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm is rising on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I think you will find there is consent to table the following motion: that this House honour the ratification of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which stipulates in Article 1 that all peoples have the right to self-determination, and condemn the violent repression carried out by the Spanish government during the Catalan referendum on October 1st, 2017. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to table the following motion? There is no unanimous consent.
The Honourable Member for Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River is rising on a point of order. Order.
Speaker,
Order.
Point of order. Since the Minister for Crown and Indigenous Relations was not aware of the specifics of the case I referenced in my question, I ask for unanimous consent of the House to table these court documents that state, and I quote from the survivors' lawyers, "The federal government has asked for a court to declare that former Indian residential school students have no right to a fair hearing when their claims are heard for the physical and sexual abuse they suffered. How is it possible the government would ask for such a thing?"
Does the member have unanimous consent of the House to table the document? No, there is no consent. Tabling of documents. Order. Alors. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation parlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very proud to stand today and present a petition from the youth in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, expressing concerns around climate change from Selmo, Nelson, Winlaw, and Creston. They want the government to fulfill Canada's obligation under the Paris Accord by including a strategy that includes science-based targets for greenhouse gas reductions, eliminating fossil fuel subsidies, carbon pricing at $150 a ton by 2030, and investing in renewable energy systems, energy efficiency, low-carbon transportation, and job training. And they're asking that the government do this in order to avert disastrous climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have a petition here signed by people who live all along the Thames River. And as you know, the Thames River is a magnificent heritage river that runs through my riding. And these petitioners are very concerned that the Conservative government stripped environmental regulations that covered the Navigable Waters Act, leaving the river vulnerable. And that the current government has failed to reinstate the environmental protections needed in order to protect that river. So they call on the government to support my private member's bill, C-355, and commit to the protection of the Thames River by amending the Navigational Protection Act.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notices of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Second reading of Bill C-48, Oil Tanker Moratorium Act. Debate. Or, no, excuse me.
Okay, wait. Okay. Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau, seconded by Ms. Freeland, moves the Bill C-48, an act respecting the regulation of vessels that transport crude oil or persistent oil to or from ports in marine installations located along British Columbia's north coast, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The 400-kilometre stretch of coastal temperate rainforest running along British Columbia's northern coast is one of nature's truly spectacular sights. It is beloved by all Canadians and global visitors who share their determination to preserve and protect this land from potential oil spills. I am here today to speak to the proposed legislation designed to do just that. It is my pleasure to outline the rationale for and benefits of Bill C-48, the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act. In addition, the proposed act fulfills our government's pledge to formalize an oil tanker moratorium on British Columbia's north coast. Canada has a robust marine safety regime and a strong track record of marine safety. Mr. Speaker, an oil tanker moratorium has been proposed and discussed by the Canadian public and in the House of Commons by all parties for years. I am proud that this government is delivering on important environmental protections for the coastline around Dixon Entrance, Hecate Strait, and Queen Charlotte Sound. The proposed Oil Tanker Moratorium Act takes concrete action to address these risks. This bill covers all ports and marine installations located in northern British Columbia. The moratorium area would extend from our border with the United States in the north down to the point on British Columbia's mainland adjacent to the northern tip of Vancouver Island. The area also includes Haida Gwaii. In keeping with our government's commitment, we would protect the Dixon Entrance, Hecate Strait, and Queen Charlotte Sound from a major oil spill. At the core of the Act are prohibitions on oil tankers carrying large volumes of crude oil or persistent oil. Oil tankers with more than 12,500 metric tons of crude oil or persistent oil on board as cargo would not be permitted to stop at ports or marine installations within this area. Oil tankers carrying more than 12,500 metric tons of crude or persistent oil as cargo would also be prohibited from loading or unloading any crude or persistent oil at a port or marine installation within this area. In addition, the Act would prohibit what the maritime industry calls ship-to-ship transfers in an attempt to circumvent the moratorium. By this, I mean that smaller vessels would not be permitted to load up with crude oil or persistent oil and transport it to or from a large oil tanker. That said, Mr. Speaker, these changes would not affect community and industry resupply. We have listened to the concerns of local communities. We know that many rely on some of these oils for heating and local industries. We also recognize that many communities are inaccessible by road or rail and can only receive these oils by ship, including the communities on Haida Gwaii. So I want to be clear, to accommodate community and industry resupply, this Act would not prohibit shipments of crude oil or persistent oil below 12,500 metric tons. This threshold would allow existing resupply shipments to North Coast communities and industries to continue. Mr. Speaker, these comprehensive measures are the result of extensive consultations on the moratorium. We listened closely to Canadians and came to the conclusion that a precautionary approach to the products included in the moratorium is crucial. Accordingly, we have included both crude oils and persistent oils. Dans un souci de clarté,
in the interest of clarity, crude oil is defined in the text of the bill. The definition is based on one which is used in an important international maritime convention, the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships. This definition will be familiar to anyone working within the maritime transport industry. Persistent oil is a heavier and stickier form of oil. In the case of an oil spill, this type of oil tends to dissipate much more slowly and may stick to birds, fauna, and the coastline. This oil includes partially upgraded bitumen, crude synthetic oil, and marine diesel, among other things. So I think you can understand our decision to include them. These persistent oils were determined based on an internationally recognized persistence test, which is based on a boiling point scale. This list can be found in a schedule of the bill.
As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada takes environmental protection and public safety very seriously. This proposed legislation, which complements our larger strategy to promote marine safety and coastal protection under the Oceans Protection Plan, confirms it. The Oceans Protection Plan will create a world-leading marine safety system, one that does more to prevent damaging incidents and is better able to respond quickly and efficiently in the unlikely event of a crisis. As part of this plan, we are investing in new preventive and response measures to better protect our waters and coasts. This includes oil spill cleanup and science and technology. With the breakneck pace of technological evolution, there may well be advances in oil spill science and technology in the future. Understanding this, amendments to the schedule on persistent oils could be undertaken under Bill C-48. Any such changes would follow a review that would consider the fate and behavior of oil products in water and the state of cleanup technology. Environmental safety and science will always be the main considerations in revising the product list. Any amendment to the schedule to add or to remove a product would be made by the governor in council.
In order to illustrate just how seriously we take these issues, the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act also includes obligations for reporting, as well as strict sanctions in the event of an infraction. Tankers carrying more than 12,500 metric tons of crude would be required to provide information prior to arrival on their cargo, or that they're preparing to pick up at a port located in the moratorium zone. That information must be produced 24 hours prior to arrival at port. This obligation will ensure that we know what types and volumes of oil are being carried through our waters. Mr. Speaker, I want to ensure maritime transporters that the burden of disclosure will be reduced by harmonizing these obligations with those part of a production report already in place. The only additional obligation will be for tankers carrying more than 12,500 metric tons of oil, which will have to declare the specific type of oil carried and the volume that will be loaded or unloaded at a port or maritime installation or facility in northern BC. In the event of any doubt, let's not be mistaken, the government will have directives and authority to require a strict inspection. We could order tankers to provide additional information or to not travel to a port or a facility in northern BC if we suspect that they are not in compliance with the reporting obligations. Transport Canada has professionally trained maritime inspectors who work to enforce our maritime legislation in northern BC. These inspectors will carry out new activities under the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act as proposed. The authority entrusted to these inspectors are similar to powers currently under the Act in force, such as the 2001 legislation on marine goods and the 1999 Canadian Environmental Protection Act. If necessary, these inspectors would be authorized to board a tanker, gather samples, and conduct tests on the oils to ensure compliance with the Act. If the maritime inspector believes there are reasonable grounds to believe an infraction has occurred, the inspector could detain the tanker for the duration of an investigation. Security is an absolute priority for us. Penalties are strict for a tanker violating the Act. We will be supporting the moratorium through an enforcement system which will outline fines of up to $5 million.
Are what Canadians want and expect. The parameters of the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act that I have described today were very much informed by the voices of Canadians. Beginning in January 2016, I undertook a series of engagement sessions with Canadians from coast to coast to coast. I did this to listen to their concerns and views on how to improve marine safety in Canada and how to formalize an oil tanker moratorium, two of my priorities as the Minister of Transport. I met with Indigenous groups all along the north coast of British Columbia, as well as inland Indigenous groups. I also met with environmental non-governmental organizations, the marine and resource industries, and communities from across Canada. Participants welcomed us into their communities to discuss a broad range of marine transportation issues. Many more citizens across Canada logged on to our website to leave comments on the oil tanker moratorium. They had a lot to say. Individuals and communities want to be more engaged in our marine safety system. They want more information on the products being moved in our waters. I also heard how coastal Indigenous groups are often first on the scene responding to marine emergencies, and that if they had better equipment and training, they could reduce the potential impacts of marine emergencies or pollution incidents such as an oil spill. People also offered their ideas on the moratorium boundaries, the oil products to be prohibited, and the types of vessels that should be covered by the moratorium. I met with colleagues from provincial and municipal governments as well to hear their views on improving marine safety and formalizing the tanker moratorium. We discussed ways to strengthen our partnership to benefit the economy and the environment. Because we share a common goal to keep our economy strong and to protect the environment, and we understand that marine safety is a precondition to sustainable economic development. We all recognize that it is vital to deliver our products to global markets to improve the economic prospects for middle-class Canadians, and to receive goods from all four corners of the world that Canadian consumers depend on. But we also realize that it is equally crucial that those products are shipped in an environmentally responsible way. Canadians have been clear that they expect no less, and I couldn't agree more. Monsieur le Président, cette loi fait...
Mr. Speaker, this bill is part of a broader plan to protect our coastline, to ensure that it is clean and safe, vibrant, diversified, accessible, and sustainable, while growing our economy at the same time. As you know, our government presented a series of measures to protect our coastline and navigable waterways in Canada. The moratorium will complement the measures currently in place, such as the voluntary exclusion zone for tankers on Canada's west coast. This exclusion zone is an agreement, a voluntary agreement, signed by Canada and the United States, and it has been in force since the 1980s. Laden tankers traveling from Alaska to Washington State or California must travel west of the zone. The zone extends 70 nautical miles outwards and narrows to 25 nautical miles at the Juan de Fuca Strait. Laden tankers navigate west of the zone in order to protect the environment and the coast in the event that one becomes a vessel in distress. Traveling west of the exclusion zone gives the emergency services time to come to the assistance of a vessel in distress before it approaches the coastline. This is a positive measure, which each year keeps some 300 laden tankers at a safe distance from Canada's coastline. While it is a voluntary measure, our monitoring shows that the voluntary exclusion zone for tankers is fully complied with by U.S. tankers. In addition, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, our government announced last fall that it would be investing $1.5 billion in a comprehensive ocean protection plan. It is the most significant investment made by a government to protect our coastlines and navigable waterways. The plan includes 4 priority sectors. First of all, the government will create a world-class maritime safety system to improve responsible navigation and the protection of Canadian waters. World-class means it will equal or exceed best practices in the world. This priority emphasizes prevention and intervention. Secondly, the government aims to restore and protect marine habitats and ecosystems. This will be completed using tools and research, as well as adequate measures to deal with abandoned vessels or shipwrecks. Thirdly, the government will establish or tighten up partnerships with Aboriginal coastal communities. The government contributes to strengthening local capacity to ensure that Aboriginal groups play a significant role in emergency intervention. Finally, the government will ensure that the maritime safety system in Canada will be based on conclusive data supported by science and local know-how.
Spectacular coastlines in the world, places of raw beauty and ecological diversity. Our new Oceans Protection Plan will safeguard our coastlines and marine environment so iconic places like British Columbia's northern coastline remain proud elements of our national identity that can be enjoyed today and for generations to come. Once passed by Parliament, our Oil Tanker Moratorium Act will provide important environmental protection for British Columbia's north coast, something many Canadians have sought for years. I am proud to lead this initiative, and I want to extend my thanks to my colleagues who have contributed to it. The Minister of Fisheries and Oceans in the Canadian Coast Guard, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, the Minister of Natural Resources, and the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada. I'm sure that they join me in calling for a constructive debate on this critical piece of legislation by all members of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his comments on this piece of legislation. Legislation has been coming fast and furious from this minister, and I can imagine that he wants to get something done so that their government can say they've actually accomplished some of the things that they promised to do. However, this would be one promise that we would ask this government to think very carefully about. As the minister noted, currently there is a voluntary moratorium on tanker traffic. It's been in place since the 80s, and it covers the area that's affected by this bill. So regardless of whether one philosophically agrees with this voluntary moratorium or not, it appears to have been working. And so since Bill C-48 does nothing to change the current situation in regards to tanker traffic traveling up and down BC's coast, why is the minister wasting the House's time with this smokescreen of a bill?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, and I thank my colleague for a comment. And yes, the exclusion zone has been in place since the 1980s, but we also made an election promise to Canadians that we would also exclude specific zones along the coast, the Hecate Strait, the Dixon Entrance, the Queen Charlotte Sound, and specifically, we did not want to allow massive amounts of tanker traffic to be operating in those zones going into Canadian ports. That is a new element in this bill, and that will ensure that the moratorium will satisfy the requirement not to have lots of maritime traffic within the exclusion zone.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the minister for his speech. Protecting BC's coast is very important to all of us, but British Columbians have perhaps a different idea of protecting our coast. This minister was part of a cabinet that approved, signed off on the Kinder Morgan pipeline, which is, of course, run to our west coast, to which this moratorium does not apply. A minister within that cabinet, the Natural Resources Minister, said that he would send in the Army to facilitate the construction of that pipeline. I'm wondering if this minister agrees with this. Is he willing to violate the rights of British Columbians in order to build pipelines to the west coast? Further, Mr. Speaker, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs has said they have 25,000 people signed up to protest using any means possible. And I'm wondering if this minister feels comfortable using the Army and Defence Forces to arrest First Nations people on reserve who are just trying to protect our coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, and of course I'm here to talk about the moratorium bill C-48. I'm very proud of the fact that it covers the regions from the United States-Canada border in the north right down to a point that is roughly aligned with the northern tip of Vancouver Island. This is a pristine area that we promised that we would establish a moratorium for tanker traffic, and we are keeping that promise. Of course, British Columbia's economy and its environment is important along its entire coast, and that is why we are particularly proud of having brought in the Oceans Protection Plan, which will put in place world-leading marine safety measures to ensure that the economic development of British Columbia continues, but that it does so with an eye on ensuring the highest levels of environmental safety.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to ask the minister, there's more than probably 750,000 barrels of oil come into the eastern coast of Canada every single year, and there are probably close to 3,900 tankers who come down the eastern coast of Canada, be it around New Brunswick, the St. Lawrence River. On the west coast of Canada, that number is closer to about 240 tankers off the west coast of BC. And in fact, those 240 oil tankers, these are stats from Transport Canada, that accounts for about 1.3% of the commercial shipping traffic off the west coast. So my question is, why such a strong stand to impede the economic abilities of the west coast, but there doesn't seem to be a similar concern about Canada's eastern coast? Or down the road, as another opportunity to block energy east, are we going to be looking at a tanker moratorium off the coast of New Brunswick down the road as well?
Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And British Columbians have been telling us for a long time, and Canadians in general, that they want to have a moratorium on oil tanker traffic on the north coast of British Columbia. We made that promise in the 2015 election. We are keeping that promise.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I really appreciate hearing about what the minister had been doing concerning consultations with First Nation groups. I would like to hear some of his ideas surrounding whether he thought the criteria used, and if he could explain a bit of some of the criteria used to determine whether a nation-to-nation relationship and consultation had occurred. And also, I'd just like to hear more about the consultation with the Environment Minister and with Parks Canada to ensure that this fits into a global vision for what needs to occur to protect our environment.
Minister of Transport.
Well, thank you. It's a large question, but certainly I've spent a great deal of time speaking to various coastal nations in the affected area, the north coast of British Columbia, starting with the Nisga'a in the very north around Dixon to Entras, the Metlakatla, the Lakwalam, the Haida, of course, who have very strong opinions on this, the Heiltsuk, the Haisla, and various other groups as well, including some First Nations that are inland as well. If you asked me if everybody agreed 100% on the moratorium, I would say that there is a range of varying opinion. But by and large, the majority of the Indigenous peoples that we consulted with, and these are people who have been living on the coast for millennia, felt very strongly that it was important to protect this pristine area of Canada. Environmental activists and ONGs certainly felt the same way as we did. There were some differences of opinion within the shipping industry, I have to say, and I can understand their arguments, but there is still very much of the possibility to have a very active and economically progressive and growing shipping industry in the southern part of British Columbia and in the northern part for traffic other than tanker traffic.
Questions and comments? Just maybe ask the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park. Yeah, there we go. The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the minister and his government's introduction of this legislation. It formalizes an informal ban that has existed for many years on the BC North Coast. But one concern that we heard loud and clear with the introduction of this legislation was ministerial discretion. And with this bill, it still gives the minister quite a bit of latitude to exempt certain projects, and in fact for any length of time and for any scale of projects. So does the minister agree that ministerial discretion, the minister's ability to exempt certain projects should be a concern?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, and I thank my colleagues for this question. I would go a little further and say that this is not formalizing an informal arrangement. The exclusion zone has existed for several decades, but we are actually bringing new elements into this. We're saying that tanker traffic will not be allowed to go in and out of the ports in the north part of British Columbia. That was not anything that existed prior to this. And this is a promise that we're keeping to British Columbians and to Canadians. Secondly, there is some ministerial discretion, but I want to assure my colleague that it would never be used unless it was exceptional emergency circumstances. Thank you.
We have time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we ran during the election and have spoken a great deal on balancing the economy and the environment, and I was wondering if the minister could comment on that and how this bill carries forward that commitment to balance both Canada's commitment to develop our economy but to protect our environment and natural resources.
Minister.
Colleague, for the question. The Port of Vancouver, Fraser-Vancouver Port Authority is the largest by far in the country. A huge amount of trade leaves our country and enters our country, either destined for the United States or for the Asia-Pacific region. The Port of Prince Rupert, which is in the north of British Columbia, is expanding in a very impressive manner. We do care deeply about the commerce of our country. We are a trading nation. But we've also said at the same time that it's important for us to ensure that we preserve these pristine areas, that we preserve the mammals that live in them for generations to come. This is where coastal people have lived for millennia, and we're very glad that as part of the Oceans Protection Plan, they're participating with us. They've had a huge amount to contribute. So we care about the environment, and we want to grow the economy. We believe we're achieving the right balance, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to lead off debate on this legislation today on behalf of the official opposition. And I want to thank my colleague, the member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek, and her team for all their leadership and work on this and many other issues, and especially for giving me this opportunity today. Although this legislation seems confined to one geographical area with a very specific intent, it's in fact of national importance, with wide-ranging impacts for people and communities in the local vicinity and also all across Canada. It's also instructive of the particular ideology driving the Liberals' policy decisions and reveals the cavern between their words, their aims, and the real consequences of their actions. The roots of this bill were planted very early, in fact, less than a month after the last general election. The Prime Minister himself said it's his own highest priority to base his government's policies and laws on evidence and on consultation. In the mandate letter to the Minister of Natural Resources, in fact, the Prime Minister said, quote, ensure that decisions are based on science, facts, and evidence and serve the public's interest. But on November 13, 2015, mandate letters from the Prime Minister to at least 3 ministers directed them to work together to formalize a moratorium on crude oil tankers off of British Columbia's north coast. One wonders quite reasonably how could it all be possible that there was sufficient time in 25 days to ground this directive on the results of comprehensive assessments of existing environmental and safety record standards, outcomes and gaps, comparative analysis of marine traffic rules, enforcement and track records on all Canadian coasts and internationally, and of thorough local, regional, and national economic impact studies. Clearly, those undertakings would deliver the information required for fact and evidence-based decision-making. On top of that, how could there possibly be sufficient time to consult with impacted communities, with First Nations, with industry, and with experts? There's a difference between consulting to get to a decision and meeting in order to get to the conclusion you already want. But unfortunately, 2 years in, this is a pattern to which Canadians are getting accustomed. Because despite all the talk, it's actually voter coalitions, politics, and ideology that drive the Liberals' predetermined conclusions. That's right. But this bill, of course, isn't really about transport standards or marine traffic or protecting the safety and ecology of BC's northern shore exclusively for the Liberals. It's really yet another step in limiting Canadian oil development, in hindering Canadian oil transportation, and in the Prime Minister's own explicit goal of phasing out the oil sands. The fact that this ban is exclusively in northern BC and only applies to crude oil tankers in a specific zone begs the question, why is tanker traffic okay near Vancouver and off the East Coast, but not in northern BC? The unbiased, nonpartisan Library of Parliament's legislative summary states explicitly that the debate around the tanker moratorium stems from the Conservative-approved Northern Gateway Pipeline project, which would have transported 525,000 additional barrels per day of oil from Bruderheim, Alberta, which is in my riding of Lakeland and in the industrial heartland, Canada's largest petrochemical and refining region, to Kitimat, BC. In November 2016, the Liberals directed the National Energy Board to dismiss the project, citing concerns about crude oil tankers transiting in the area. The tanker ban in this region will permanently prevent any other opportunities for pipelines to transport world-leading Canadian oil to the Prince Rupert Kitimat area, where it could reach the rapidly growing Asia-Pacific region to achieve export market diversification by expanding Canada's customer base. Reaching more export markets is vital to ensuring the long-term development of Canada's crude oil reserves, which are the third largest in the world. Energy is Canada's second biggest export. 97% is imported by the United States. As the U.S. becomes Canada's biggest energy competitor, infrastructure that will get landlocked Canadian oil to more export markets worldwide is more important than ever. This is vital for all Canadians. This bill is not a minor one with only specific impacts in a particular region, as it may seem. In fact, it's a measure that will impact all of Canada, with future consequences for the hundreds of thousands of Canadians who are employed in the energy sector across the country. Energy is the biggest private sector investor in Canada's economy, and, as mentioned, oil and gas is Canada's second biggest export. Deliberately limiting export capacity potential by putting up roadblocks to access to tidewater, thereby putting a ceiling on production, is detrimental to the livelihoods of Canadians everywhere, and will put very real limits on future economic opportunities, certainly with disproportionately harmful outcomes for certain communities and certain provinces. Canadian oil and gas provides 670,000 direct and indirect jobs across Canada. In 2015, the oil sands alone generated 151,000 direct jobs and 300,000 indirect jobs across the country. The Prime Minister said the world needs more Canada. We, Conservatives, agree. And the good news is the world wants Canada too, and it wants Canadian energy in particular. The International Energy Agency projects global oil demand will continue to grow in the decades ahead, reaching 99 million barrels a day this year and increasing to 121 barrels a day by 2040. Global oil demand expanded in the past 5 years by 6.8 million barrels a day, with 69% of that growth in the Asia-Pacific region. Reaching tidewater in all directions for Canada's oil and gas should be a pressing priority for the Liberals. It makes no sense to delay or hinder or equivocate on this point from either an economic or an environmental or a moral perspective in the global context, because all it does is take Canada out, ceding market share to oil and gas producing countries where standards, enforcement and outcomes don't measure up to Canada's performance, and to many corrupt regimes with abysmal environmental and human rights records where energy development only benefits a select few, which is a stark contrast to Canada, where energy development benefits every community with jobs and revenue for multiple levels of government that is also shared across the country, with the aim to ensure all Canadians have access to roughly similar services and programs. Between 2000 and 2014, on a net basis, for example, Alberta's individual and corporate taxpayers shipped an estimated $200 billion plus to the federal government, and a major source of that revenue was from oil and gas. A 2014 Worley-Parsons study, which compared Alberta's environmental and regulatory systems with similarly sized oil and gas producing jurisdictions around the world, said Alberta was among the best, which is no surprise considering Alberta, of course, was the first jurisdiction in all of North America to regulate emissions. The study said Alberta was near the top of the list for the most stringent environmental laws, and that Alberta ranked at the top for the availability of public information about the environmental performance of the oil and gas industry. The study confirmed Alberta is unmatched on the compliance and enforcement scale. Pipelines are a safe, efficient, and reliable way to move Canadian energy to consumers. In Canada, federally regulated pipelines carry over $100 billion worth of natural gas, oil, and petroleum products each year, 99.99% of which is transported safely. I know my Liberal colleagues will be eager to spin their narrative as champions for pipelines while peddling the myth that, quote, not 1 kilometre of pipeline went ahead under the previous Conservative government. I'd like to dispense with that false claim right now, and I hope we can actually have accurate exchanges on the topic in the future. Conservatives approved 10 pipelines, 4 that are already constructed and operating. Importantly, Conservatives accepted the independent regulator's recommendation to approve the Northern Gateway Pipeline, which was a $7.9 billion initiative that notably involved 31 benefit agreements with First Nations equity partners of $2 billion all along the pipeline route. It also would have secured critical access for Canada to the Asia-Pacific. On July 23, 2016, the Supreme Court did rule that the Crown did not adequately consult on the project. So in response, this Prime Minister could have sought additional consultations with expanded scope, with directly impacted First Nations, and with those who stood to lose immediate and long-term revenue for their communities and job opportunities for their children and future generations. But he didn't. Instead, for the first time in Canadian history, a Prime Minister overruled and rejected a recommendation by the independent, world-renowned expert regulator and killed the Northern Gateway outright and unilaterally, along with all associated economic opportunities and an actual concrete way to give the world more Canada. Yeah. This tanker ban permanently eliminates all potential for any future initiatives in the region. Context is important. Incredibly, the Prime Minister vetoed Northern Gateway on the very same day that he accepted the Trans Mountain and Line 3 expansions, the latter which is currently at serious risk in Minnesota. The Minnesota Department of Commerce has said that the expansion is not needed. If Minnesota blocks the pipeline, landlocked oil and gas will face an additional challenge even getting to Canada's already biggest customer, which reinforces why Canadian access to tidewater is crucial. The Liberals should restrain themselves on this theme, since the fact is that they actually unilaterally denied the only new opportunity to reach tidewater, while they approved 2 expansions that were assessed under the exact same process with the same evidence. Anyone wondering about this incoherence can understand that it's a result of political and ideologically driven decisions where the priority is holding voting coalitions together to fend off political opponents like the NDP and the Greens, rather than basing policy on science, evidence, or consultations, or reaching conclusions in service of the broad national public interest. Right. The byproduct of a constant Liberal and leftist barrage of attacks on Canadian regulators and energy developers, and changes to rules with new red tape and added costs, is that energy investment in Canada has dropped dramatically in the same time frame. Since the Liberals were elected, policy uncertainty and additional hurdles during an already challenging time for prices, costs, and competitiveness have caused the biggest 2-year decline in Canadian oil and gas investment of any other 2-year period since 1947. This year alone, there's a 47% projected drop in oil and gas capital from 2016 levels. Energy investment in Canada, on which hundreds of thousands of Canadian jobs depend, has declined the most in the 2 years after the 2015 federal election than before. 1/6 of total energy workers in Canada have lost their jobs with it. Wow. Context matters here too. The overall loss of investment of over $50 billion is difficult to conceptualize, so I think it's important to know that it's equivalent to the loss of about 75% of Canada's auto manufacturing and nearly the entirety of the aerospace industry. I'd suggest those scenarios would rightfully be a national crisis and a top priority for a federal government, not met with added barriers, benign neglect, and a dismissive hang in there. So it's rational to conclude this ban is about stopping crude oil, not about protecting a specific area from marine vessels. In fact, Gavin Smith, a lawyer for the West Coast Environmental Law Association, points out there is a voluntary ban already that keeps most big tankers out of the area. But there is a dearth of information about what kind of traffic does go through the region, something that Transport Canada should make public. That's right. This law will not affect the current voluntary exclusion zone that was implemented decades ago. The voluntary exclusion zone was put in place for American shipping from Alaska to the West Coast. Because of international law, foreign vessels can decide whether or not to abide by the exclusion zone boundaries. This tanker ban will not make this ban involuntary for American tanker traffic. It won't mandate it. which are the exact same kind of tankers that will now not be allowed to carry Canadian oil by this bill. It makes no sense. Nearly 3 years ago, the former Conservative government implemented a suite of strong measures to create a world-class tanker safety system that modernized Canada's navigation system, enhanced area response planning and marine safety capacity for First Nations communities, and ensured polluters pay for spills and damages for all coasts. Canada has industry-leading regulations with standards well beyond other jurisdictions. Government-certified, industry-funded marine response organizations like the Eastern and Western Canada Response Corporations and marine safety response systems on the East and West Coast and in the Gulf of St. Lawrence are among the best in the world. Canada's commitment to ocean and coastline protection renders this moratorium unnecessary. And what's the evidence? Well, tankers have safely and regularly transported crude oil from Canada's west coast since the 1930s. In 2011, 2.2 million tons of oil were safely shipped from BC. And on the east coast, 82.5 million tons of various petroleum products have been shipped from 23 ports in Atlantic Canada. There have not been any tanker navigational issues or incidents in about 50 years in the Port of Vancouver. To make matters worse, it turns out many First Nations leaders don't think the Liberals consulted on this tanker ban adequately either. In addition to the lost economic opportunities for First Nations offered by the Northern Gateway Pipeline, this tanker ban puts the $14 billion Eagle Spirit energy pipeline proposal from Fort McMurray to Prince Rupert in serious peril. Thomas Labakun Avaram is a member of the Chiefs Council for the Indigenous-owned Resource Development Group. He said, quote, "To be clear, there has been insufficient consultation for the proposed tanker moratorium, and it does not have our consent. As Indigenous peoples, we want to preserve the right to determine the types of activities that take place in our territories and do not accept that the federal government should tell us how to preserve, protect, and work within our traditional territories. Wow. The decision to do that impairs not only the people on the coast, but it impairs the diverse Canadian economy. This reality is in direct contradiction to what the Prime Minister and many ministers have said repeatedly they would ensure in laws, policies, operation practices, project reviews, and assessments in service of what they said is their most important relationship. But it makes sense why the Liberals wouldn't want to elevate the voices of the First Nations people who supported Northern Gateway and those who oppose this tanker ban. It undermines their myth that all First Nations people are opposed to oil and gas and to pipelines, which the left exploits to advance their anti-Canadian energy agenda. In fact, First Nations are partners in Canadian energy development everywhere, with more than 300 impact and benefit agreements with energy developers in the last decade, worth millions of dollars and thousands of jobs, while AFN Chief Bellegarde says 500 of the 630 First Nations in Canada are open to pipelines and to oil and gas development. First Nations throughout Lakeland and in the oil sands region demonstrate that every day, like Fort McKay, near the epicenter of the Athabasca oil sands, with an unemployment rate of 0, average annual incomes of $120,000, and financial holdings in excess of $2 billion. Or the Mikisew Cree, who were owners of part of a Suncor tank storage facility worth more than $350 million. In fact, there are 327 Indigenous-owned enterprises that do business with oil and gas operations in Alberta alone, involving $10 billion in goods and services from those companies over the last 15 years. Of course, it's not isolated to Alberta. The Hereditary Chiefs Council of Lax Kw'alaam, whose traditional territories extend along the coastline, which is affected by this ban, declared their frustration with the Liberals' delay in consulting them on the tanker ban, which they say will have significant impacts on the ability of the council members to make a living. They say, as Indigenous peoples, we want to preserve the right to determine the types of activities that take place in our territories and do not accept that the government should tell us how to preserve, protect, and work within our traditional territories. This tanker ban is not in the best interests of all Canadians. This bill enables an ideological, predetermined conclusion that isn't based on evidence or consultations and isn't substantiated by comprehensive safety, environmental, and economic assessments, or at least none that have been made public. It deliberately and specifically targets one industry with disproportionate damage to landlocked provinces, which will seriously hamper future prosperity for all Canadians and will limit Canada's leadership role in the world. It's really all about Liberal politicking. Canada's energy diversity is a vital strength. Responsible development in all sectors across all of Canada should be championed by governments. It's important to know that conventional oil and gas, oil sands, and pipeline companies are among the largest private sector investors in alternative energy technologies like wind and solar in Canada. When one sector thrives, so does the other. Conservatives value the responsible development of natural resources in all sectors, in all provinces, to benefit all of Canada, and we oppose this crude oil tanker ban.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Lakeland. I very much appreciate the interesting speech. In 1989, the Exxon Valdez had an unfortunate incident in that human failure led to a critical incident where tons and tons of crude oil were released into the environment, which still impacts the environment to this day. And in discussions with the Haida Gwaii, they have indicated that they are not in favor of the transportation of crude oil through their traditional territories. And so I think this is an attempt by the government in order to come up with a balance between the economy, allowing crude oil to be shipped from certain areas of the country but not others, depending on where we are and depending on the type of environment. And so I think this is really based on the idea of using science and data to actually come up with something that can respect a long-term vision for what we can do and what we can't do. This does not mean, though, I don't believe this moratorium, that other types of economic development cannot occur. And so I'd like to know what the member's belief is or feelings are about this idea of we need to strike a balance and what we need to do in order to protect the environment, but also, yes, develop the economy.
Member for Lakeland.
Well, Canada already has a long and successful track record of balancing environmental stewardship with economic development and energy and industrial development, which benefits the entire country. That's, in fact, one way in which Canada is second to none, literally, to any jurisdiction on Earth. I don't think that this legislation is about balancing the environment with economic development. I think this legislation is about the Liberals meeting a commitment, as was said in the minister's speech earlier as he opened remarks, that they made in the election, the purpose of which was to secure NDP and Green voters in BC. And I think they've been facing flack for the other two pipeline expansions that they approved, and so they're doubling down on this tanker ban to try to reinforce their own votes. But of course, it would be, incorrect to suggest that all communities and all First Nations people have exactly the same perspective on energy development. And, as is clear in the First Nations people who are speaking out, who oppose this ban and also supported the Northern Gateway pipeline that his government killed. But we should be clear, this tanker ban absolutely eliminates any more potential for crude oil transportation and economic development in the area.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the member spoke about ideology and consent. And it was the Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, who approved the Enbridge Northern Gateway pipeline project over the objections of local communities, First Nations, court rulings, environmental organizations, and public opinion. And the Conservatives, under the former leader Stephen Harper, accused opponents of Enbridge of being foreign-funded radicals hell-bent on undermining our nation's economic progress. It was, in fact, the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, that reorganized the National Energy Board process, that denied large or broad public participation, then weakened environmental protections like the Fisheries Act, the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, the Navigable Waters Protection Act, in order for Enbridge to pass. So in other words, using ideology to move this forward. So I ask, Mr. Speaker, does this Conservative member regret gutting environmental regulations and public input for that purpose in that legislation?
Honourable member for Lakeland.
It's just absolutely false to make the suggestion that Canada's regulatory systems and environmental oversight and compliance were weakened. And I've already actually referenced an expert instead of just, talking from my own personal perspective, that confirmed with analysis against other oil and gas producing jurisdictions around the world in 2014, before the Liberals got elected, that Alberta's oil and gas production is the best in the world, and Canadian regulatory oversight, enforcement, and compliance is the best in the world. But, here's what 31 Aboriginal equity partners who supported the Northern Gateway project said. They said, quote, "We are profoundly shocked and disappointed by the news that the federal government has no intention of pursuing any further consultation and dialogue with our communities on the important issue of the Northern Gateway project. We are also deeply disappointed that a Prime Minister who campaigned on a promise of reconciliation with Indigenous communities would now blatantly choose to deny our 31 First Nations and Métis communities of our constitutionally protected right to economic development. We see today's announcement as clear evidence of their unwillingness to follow through on his promise." So as I stated in my remarks, this Prime Minister could have expanded consultations, had additional discussions with locally impacted communities and First Nations people to get it right on Northern Gateway and assure that Canada's world-leading resources can reach diverse export markets.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
We know that Venezuelan oil is being accepted into Quebec. We know that Saudi Arabian oil is being accepted into the East Coast. So why is it that oil from Alberta and oil from British Columbia is not accepted in Western Canada? My question for the member who I know is passionate about this, as am I. My hometown is Fort McMurray, Alberta, a place where the oil sands actually create prosperity, a place where I know Canadians go every day in order to make sure they can fulfill their Canadian dream. I asked the member here, what kind of negative impact is this moratorium going to have on her constituents and people throughout Western Canada?
Well, member for Lakeland.
Well, that's exactly the issue that puts the lie to the Liberals' motivation behind this legislation. It specifically targets one industry and will be disproportionately harmful to one province. If this was only about coastal protection and the stewardship of ecological areas that would be vulnerable to marine traffic, then all marine traffic would be banned in the area, and it would be banned on all coasts. So I think the member raises a very important point. And, as I addressed in my remarks, this is the problem. It limits Canada's ability to provide the world with responsible, sustainable, world-leading Canadian oil and gas produced under standards that are literally the best in the world and provide jobs and prosperity and economic opportunities for every Canadian in every province.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to go back a little bit to this idea of balance. So in the Winnipeg Free Press, under the current laws, there was an article in the Winnipeg Free Press which talked about Lynn Lake and some of the mining things that were going on. So under current laws, mining companies were allowed to pollute and destroy the environment and make it uninhabitable for Indigenous people in these areas, and normal Canadians, average Canadians as well. And so I think I'm very proud of the government when they're going out trying to make a balance between the environment and the economy. I know we are trying to redo the National Energy Board. We had an expert panel. They put out a report recently, and we have been reviewing that report, and I've been reviewing that report. And I'd like to ask once again for the member, is there laws in Canada that should be changed in order to protect the environment? Because, at the end of the day, we still have to live here. We have to drink the water. We have to breathe the air. And if we can't do that, well, perhaps it's poor on a few of us, but the rest of us, bullocks to them, I guess. But, at the end of the day, we do have to live here.
Member for Lakeland.
I think every time federal Liberal members stand up and take shots at Canadian natural resources developers and suggest that Canadian regulators have not done sufficient jobs, who are actually experts in the world, renowned and recognized by, it seems, everybody else except the Liberals and maybe their friends in the NDP, it does damage to Canada's reputation on the world stage. And it is very alarming that policymakers and legislators don't know the facts. So mining in Canada is also a world leader. But I have to tell you, I was pretty shocked at Natural Resources Committee when the minister came and he talked about 5 or 6 different measures in which Canadian mining leads the rest of the world in terms of consultation, environmental stewardship and regulation and compliance and enforcement. And then I asked him a very clear question. I said, Minister, do you believe that Canada produces the most environmentally and socially responsible oil and gas in the world? And he started stumbling and equivocating and said he wasn't really sure what I meant or what metrics I was referring to, so he didn't know how to answer the question. If the Liberals want to have a conversation about how we can improve environmental stewardship and enforcement even beyond the already exceptional performance that we have, which is the best in the world, then we should be having that debate. But that's not what this crude oil tanker ban is about.
Here, here. I think the honourable member for St. Catharines might be rising on a point of some curiosity. The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am rising. I would like to move, Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding the order made on Thursday, September 28, 2017, the recorded division on the motion for second reading of Bill C-47, an act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act and the Criminal Code, amendments permitting to the accession of the Arms Trade Treaty and other amendments, deferred until Tuesday, October 3rd, 2017, at the expiry of the time oral questions be further deferred until the expiry of time provided for government orders on the same day.
Does the honourable member for St. Catharines have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Yes. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in favour of Bill C-48, an act respecting the regulation of vessels that transport crude oil or persistent oil to or from ports or marine installations located along British Columbia's north coast. Legislating the prior informal ban has been a policy objective of Canada's NDP for many years, which received support from Liberal MPs, particularly on the West Coast. The history of this bill has been quite the legislative roller coaster. Multiple private members' bills have been tabled to protect the North Coast, but none became law. In 2001, Bill C-571 was introduced by an NDP MP. In 2009, Bill C-458 was introduced by an NDP MP. In 2010, Bill C-606 was introduced by a Liberal MP. In 2011, I introduced Bill C-211. In 2012, Bill C-437 was introduced by a Liberal MP. And in 2014, Bill C-628 was introduced by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. In 2010, the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley moved a North Coast tanker ban motion, which passed in this House 143 to 138, with the support of all parties in the House except the Conservative minority government members who voted against. And now here we are finally debating a bill that will protect the North Coast from crude oil tanker traffic for good. New Democrats welcome this legislation, but we do so with caution. We are concerned with Bill C-48 that it gives the Minister of Transport too much arbitrary power to exempt vessels from the legislation and the power to define what fuels are exempt from the Act. We hope the government will implement constructive amendments to limit ministerial power and increase oil spill response resources beyond their Ocean Protection Plan commitments to respond to spills from refined oil vessels not covered by this ban. Our NDP caucus, local First Nations, municipal governments, trade unions, environmental NGOs, grassroots activists, and concerned citizens have over the years increased the call for this ban due to the environmental threat posed by the Northern Gateway Pipeline project. Northern Gateway would have meant the annual passage of 225 supertankers bigger than the Empire State Building, which carry 3 times as much oil as the Exxon Valdez did before its catastrophic spill into similar waters. Cleanup and coastal recovery for the Exxon Valdez spill cost about $9.5 billion, of which Exxon paid only $3.5 billion. 25 years after that spill, fish habitat, and stocks still have not fully recovered. I shake my head in disbelief that so many MPs in this House still think the Northern Gateway Pipeline project would have been a net benefit to Canada. It is equally galling that our last government ripped up essential environmental laws and undermined the National Energy Board process in order to rubber stamp this pipeline project and others like it. As a result, we are still living with the short-sighted rip and ship mentality for Canada. It was this short-sighted economic vision that disregarded the Crown's obligation to our First Nations people. Canadians still remember how in December 2013, despite overwhelming opposition from British Columbians and First Nations, the National Energy Board recommended approval of this project along with its 209 conditions. British Columbians showed their resolve to defend our coast by creating a broad-based movement of resistance, which today has shifted its focus to the Liberals' Kinder Morgan pipeline project expansion. The defenders of our coast were vindicated in January 2016 when the BC Supreme Court ruled the province of BC, quote, has breached the honor of the Crown by failing to consult, end quote, with the Gitga'at and other coastal First Nations on the Enbridge Northern Gateway pipeline project. Not considering the environmental dangers of a pipeline through northern BC was a grave mistake. A large spill would be a disaster for the North Coast. In particular, a super tanker oil spill could deal a serious blow to our already struggling wild salmon. In British Columbia, our wild salmon are considered an iconic species, an integral part of our identity. They are a keynote species that delivers nutrients deep into the forests when they die. They are a major part of what makes the Great Bear Rainforest so great. Salmon support First Nations communities, coastal communities, and are an integral part of our West Coast economy. The waters off British Columbia's north coast are a significant salmon migration route, with millions of salmon coming from the more than 650 streams and rivers along the coast. The impacts of a single oil spill would be devastating. The commercial fishery on the north coast catches over $100 million worth of fish annually. Over 2,500 residents along BC's north coast work in the commercial fishery. The fish processing industry employs thousands more. The magnificent beauty of this region and the abundance of salmon have made it a world-renowned destination for ecotourism. The tourism industry has been a major catalyst for employment, economic growth, and opportunity in British Columbia. Businesses in this region have worked hard to promote their location as a major tourist destination. As other resource-based jobs have taken a hit, tourism has provided a much-needed economic boost. The West Coast wilderness tourism industry is now estimated to be worth over $782 million annually, employing some 26,000 people full-time and roughly 40,000 people in total. People from all over the world come to the North Coast to witness the annual migration of the more than 20,000 gray whales and northern killer whales. The shoreline is dotted with sports fishing lodges as fishing enthusiasts flock to experience the natural marine environment and wild ocean and take part in the world-famous fishery. People are often left awestruck after spending even a day kayaking, bear watching, or enjoying a guided trip showcasing the majestic West Coast. They come to photograph sea otters and bald eagles and to experience, in some cases, the untouched natural environment of the Pacific Coast. This legislated crude oil tanker ban will help protect the Great Bear Rainforest and Guayhanas Marine Conservation Parks. These two protected areas have incredible biological diversity that all parties in this House agree should be protected. They contain many species of concern like iconic killer whales, grizzly bears, bald eagles, and Pacific salmon. With so much at stake for our economy and our ecology, we are happy that Bill C-48 legislates an end to the threat posed by projects like Northern Gateway, but are also disappointed that the bill does not protect BC's coast outright from oil tanker spills. Limiting tankers to more than 12,500 metric tons of crude oil on the north coast of Canada appears arbitrary and dangerously high. I encourage the government to make public the past and current oil shipment information for this region and provide a rationale for the 12,500-ton threshold, including the types of vessels or shipments it will include or exclude. There is no reason to impede necessary vessels that help our coastal communities thrive, but clarity is required to ensure a proper threshold so as not to cause undue risk. The bill makes exceptions for refined oil products like diesel, gasoline, and propane in order for coastal communities to be resupplied and to support value-added petroleum industries. While most of this is understandable, it means this bill does nothing to protect our coast from refined oil spills that could impact marine environments and disrupt valuable ecosystems. The recent Nathan E. Stewart disaster shows just how big a threat refined oil spills can be. It demonstrates the need for increased oil spill response funding and training on the North Coast and increased oil spill prevention measures for refined oil vessels. For those needing a reminder, the Nathan E. Stewart ran aground in the early hours of October 13, 2016 near Bella Bella, in the heart of the Great Bear Rainforest, spilling toxic diesel into critical fishing areas off BC's central coast. The vessel eventually sank, spilling as much as 110,000 liters of diesel into the marine environment. Cleanup efforts were repeatedly hampered by bad weather, and the vessel wasn't recovered until more than a month after it sank. Good thing the Nathan E. Stewart wasn't at maximum fuel capacity. The damage would have been even worse. A Transportation and Safety Board investigation showed spill response was inadequate, including slow response time, insufficient and ineffective equipment, a lack of safety gear, and confusion about who was in charge. First Nation leaders were outraged at the government's slow and inadequate spill response. This bill does nothing to ban vessels like the Nathan E. Stewart from carrying the amount of fuel that it did. We must learn from this disaster to prevent such accidents and ensure that if they do occur, coastal communities are better equipped to quickly respond. We are encouraged to see investments in spill response as part of the government's much-touted Ocean Protection Plan. However, these investments alone are simply inadequate. It's discouraging that despite the NDP's objections, the government closed 3 integral marine communication and traffic service centres on BC's coast, which undermines the ability of a speedy spill response. To quote Justine Hunter of the Globe and Mail, quote, "The MCTS is responsible for monitoring distress calls, coordinating responses, and taking action to ensure the safe and efficient movement of vessels in Canadian waters. However, with only 2 MCTS officers responsible for monitoring a vast stretch of BC's coast from north of Vancouver Island to the Alaskan border, and including the Inside Passage, a source with knowledge of the situation says there was the little chance that anyone could have spotted the doomed course of the tug, charted in real time on marine traffic maps through its automatic identification system transponder," end quote. The best spill response plans include spill prevention plans, and sadly this government is moving in the wrong direction. BC's MCTS centres deal with an incredible volume of marine traffic. By consolidating MCTS resources into only 2 centres, Prince Rupert and Victoria, the government has increased the number of vessels our already overworked Coast Guard staff have to monitor and have opened up the system to new failures. Marine vessels continue to report that communication systems regularly go down, leaving vessels without Coast Guard contact. It was short-sighted to close the Comox MCTS Centre, removing much-needed resources along our coast who had local knowledge and monitoring capacity. The most troubling aspect of Bill C-48 is it allows the Minister of Transport to make exceptions for indeterminate lengths of time without public review or comment. To quote Gavin Smith of West Coast environmental law. Quote, Section 6.1 of Bill C-48 allows the minister by order to exempt identified oil tankers from the ban on any terms and for any period of time. Moreover, Section 6.2 says that the Statutory Instruments Act does not apply to such exemption orders, which removes requirements that such exemption orders be published and made easily available for public inspection. This provision, if used to its full extent, could allow wide-scale and long-term exemptions from the oil tanker ban to be ordered behind closed doors without opportunity for public review and input, effectively gutting the purpose of the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act. The need for this provision is unclear given that Bill C-48 already includes sensible exemptions from oil tanker ban for vessels in various forms of distress, for example, to ensure the safety of the vessel for medical emergencies or to render assistance to another vessel in distress, as well as vessels under the control of the Minister of Natural Defense. It is even more puzzling that the government has proposed excluding such exemption orders from the application of the Statutory Instruments Act, which effectively makes them less public, end quote. Mr. Speaker, Canada's New Democrats agree. The powers given to the minister in this bill undermine its positive aspects. The minister's power to exempt ships for indeterminate amounts of time, if deemed in the public interest, is far too broad. There should be time limits on exemptions and opportunities for public comment on any long-term extensions or exemptions. This should also apply to the regulatory authority to add or remove fuel types that count under the ban. C-48 has loopholes large enough to drive an oil tanker through. Ministerial discretion has been used by this government and others to circumvent the positive aspects of this bill. There is no need to continue this pattern of letting industry circumnavigate or circumvent Canada's environmental laws without constraint or review. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a positive development for British Columbians and Canadians, but it can be improved. It protects what we hold dear, and it takes us a step closer to a different vision of development on Canada's west coast. But with the ability to veto protection for destructive megaprojects, the bill still leaves BC's north coast vulnerable. We ask the government to listen to First Nations, NGOs, and coastal communities to close the gaps in Bill C-48 and truly protect the assets of the Pacific North Coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, just to be clear before I start, I oppose both the NDP and the Liberals' positions on this bill, but just some facts for the member. 3,900 crude oil tankers a year are in the St. Lawrence, 240 oil tankers off the BC coast, and only 1.3% of that, which is only 1.3% of total commercial traffic on the BC coast. And the East Coast actually has 16 times higher tanker traffic than the West. So given the NDP's comments, do they actually want bans of all marine vessels of all sizes on all Canadian coasts? And given their own position, if not, why not?
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague, absolutely not. Of course, the NDP is not looking at that. I said that clearly in my speech, that we have concerns about vessels carrying why 12,500 metric tons is the threshold. What is that concern? Absolutely, we want to see coastal communities thrive and get the necessary fuels that they need to carry on what they do. Mr. Speaker, I'll say two words, and it's two words that people all around the world still remember: Exxon Valdez. You can talk about as many as much traffic, as many trips as you want, but people remember the one or the few spills that happen around the world. they make impacts that last decades. With the Exxon Valdez, it's 2.5 decades still since that oil spill devastated the North Coast, and people around the world are sensitive to that. People on the North Coast are sensitive to that. They want to see a new way of doing business, one that protects the values that they hold true, which is salmon, the marine environment, the ecosystem, of which they've worked and lived off of, in some cases, for thousands of years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We understand, in listening to the member, that there were, in fact, many private members, both Liberals and New Democrats, that have advanced legislation, private members' bill, on this very important issue. It only seems to be the Conservative Party that's out of touch with what Canadians really and truly want to see government take. Today, we have a piece of legislation within 2 years. The member made reference to the fact of the private members' bills. Would he not acknowledge that even within this 2 years, we have a minister that has taken a very proactive approach, recognizing that the economy and the environment are both important, and that is a Liberal trademark, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that in fact this legislation is a positive step forward, and we look forward to going to committee.
Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. I do agree, and I did mention in my speech that this is a positive step, that we welcome this legislation. I did caution, and I hope that the government does listen to the concerns about ministerial powers and exemptions. That ability, I hope that my comments will be listened to and taken to committee. I do agree that there has been a shift, a change. However, it's still 2 years later, Mr. Speaker, and we're waiting for the Fisheries Act to be restored. We're waiting for the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act to be restored. We're waiting for the Navigable Waters Act, Protections Act to be restored. Then the NEB. Mr. Speaker, we've waited for 2 years. Canadians are tired of waiting. The Liberals promised 2 years ago that they would make these changes. Many major energy projects have gone through, including Kinder Morgan, under those same gutted environmental protection laws. So while we concede that this is a step in the right direction, this government has got a long way to go before it can say it is moving in terms of true environmental protections, including just carrying out the promises they made in the 2015 election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague not only for his speech today, but for his many years of championing the resources of Canada's coast, and particularly the West Coast. You know, it's sometimes portrayed as just a bunch of environmentalists that care about tankers and tanker traffic off British Columbia's West Coast. And when I had the pleasure of sitting in for the member at the Fisheries and Oceans Committee, it was very clear that there is widespread concern amongst many organizations and groups, including commercial fisher people, many others. And so I'd like to give my colleague the opportunity to share with us some of the people that he hears from on a regular basis that are concerned about tanker traffic on the West Coast, besides environmentalists.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the kind words of the member from Kootenay, Columbia. And I also want to acknowledge his work standing up for the environment and for standing in for me at the Fisheries and Oceans Standing Committee. I've appreciated his stand on many issues. In terms of who I've heard from and who we and the New Democrats have heard from over the years, we have certainly heard from many environmental organizations that are concerned with Canada's West Coast, but there are many others, including fishing organizations, fishing groups, fishermen, First Nations, coastal communities, local communities, labor groups. There are many organizations that know and appreciate how important getting it right in terms of environmental protection means to local community economic development. Mr. Speaker, salmon is an important, iconic species but it's also integral to the local community and coastal communities' economy. So you can see why many of these groups or individuals come together to ensure that legislation reflects the values that they hold dear and have held dear for thousands of years, in some cases, like our First Nations coastal communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on that note, then, what does the member say to the Hereditary Chiefs Council, which represents the 9 tribes of the Lax Kw'alaams, who on September 20th said they weren't consulted on the oil tanker ban and said, as Indigenous peoples, we want to preserve the right to determine the types of activities that take place in our territories and do not accept that the government should tell us how to preserve, protect, and work within our traditional territories. They say there was insufficient consultation. And what does he say to the partners of the Eagle Spirit Energy Project, whose pipeline now will also be null and void because of the tanker ban?
Honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleagues' questions. And certainly having consultation is critical. Nation-to-nation relationships are critically important to establish and to get right. And I think it is up to the federal government to listen and to engage and to have a dialogue that results in good decisions. That could be said, certainly the case prior to this government, where that was not the case. And certainly under the Northern Gateway pipeline project, that was absolutely not the case. So it is a good question. It is something that we should strive as a government to work towards achieving a full nation-to-nation relationship so that we get the best decisions for those nations, for our country, for Canada and Canada's West Coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Drummond. Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd also like to echo the excellent work done by the member for Port Moody, Port Coquitlam, on the environment, on the aquatic resources on the Pacific Coast, and for the protection of salmon as well. Now, this bill does represent a step forward, but there are some concerns that my colleague raised, namely the new powers entrusted to the minister, which could hinder the positive impacts, because this would enable the minister to exempt tankers for an indeterminate amount of time. And so these exemptions should be limited. It shouldn't simply be left in the hands of the minister, to my mind. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks, if he agrees with me, or what he thinks the minister's powers should be, and what limits should be imposed on those powers. Should there be a public oversight or control over that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Drummond for his important question. And I think I absolutely agree with him and pointing out his concern. I share that concern. I mentioned that in my speech, that while we agree with the spirit and intent and we agree with the direction of this bill, we are still very concerned with ministerial discretion and allowing the minister the kind of latitude to approve such projects or large, for instance, mega projects that would be harmful to the West Coast, that would be harmful to coastal communities, would be a problem. Now, the minister did acknowledge that those powers do exist. I hope that he takes that under advisement. I hope that when we get to committee, they will look at my suggestions, the NDP's suggestions, and will take those seriously and implement those changes in the legislation going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before resuming the debate and pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are, as the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, National Defence, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, Fisheries and Oceans, and the Honourable Member for Calgary, Shepherd, on government appointments.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Canada, Carleton. It's indeed an honour to be a Member of Parliament for British Columbia and to be able to stand in this House in support of Bill C-48, an act to establish an oil tanker moratorium on British Columbia's north coast. This is legislation that residents and communities on Canada's west coast have worked toward for years, as reflected in my colleague from Port Moody Coquitlam's comments. It's a key aspect of actions our government is taking to protect British Columbia's Pacific coastline and to advance our Transportation 2030 vision to protect Canada's waterways and 3 ocean coasts. The Government of Canada recognizes that the health and well-being of our oceans is vital for our communities, our environment, our economy, and the well-being of all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Canada has the largest coastline in the world, and it's critical that these vast stretches of coastline and marine environments are well protected to ensure our oceans can continue to support a rich variety of sea life and our lives too. We are all one. Our oceans play an important role in Canada's economy, facilitating the movements of goods and people and enabling trade to protect our high standard of living. It was a distinct pleasure for me to attend with the Minister of International Trade recently at the expansion of the Port of Prince Rupert, for example. The head of Indiana Railway said to me there isn't a shipper in Indiana that doesn't know the Port of Prince Rupert, which goes to show how integrated Canada's transport system really is. In full respect for the importance of trade, British Columbians and Canadians are passionate about the importance of marine safety and protecting the marine environment, which is exactly why the creation of a world-leading marine safety system is central to our government's $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan. This will ensure that future generations of Canadians will continue to share and benefit from fisheries, tourism, traditional Indigenous and community livelihoods and knowledge, as well as global trade. To develop this plan, the Government of Canada undertook extensive consultations with Canadians across the country on how best to improve marine safety and formalize an oil tanker moratorium. This included discussions with Indigenous peoples, stakeholders from the marine industry, the oil and gas sector, environmental groups, and all levels of government. These perspectives informed the parameters of the moratorium outlined in Bill C-48, and I'm very proud of the work that many in my riding did and those throughout British Columbia to get us here today. Mr. Speaker, the proposed oil tanker moratorium is just one of several crucial and complementary measures our government is taking to protect coastlines and oceans. The Oceans Protection Plan will build a world-leading marine safety system that increases responsible shipping and protects Canada's waters, including new preventive and response measures. We're also taking steps to preserve and restore marine ecosystems and habitats using new tools and research. To support this work, we're building a stronger evidence base supported by science and local knowledge. We're investing in oil spill cleanup research and methods to ensure that decisions taken in emergencies are based on the best information possible. And we're strengthening partnerships with Indigenous and coastal communities to benefit from local knowledge of the region and to build local emergency response capacity. Mr. Speaker, these efforts and actions are national in scope, but I would like to be permitted to focus on specific measures designed to protect British Columbia's northern coast. I'd like to remind my honourable colleagues that our government has instituted a concentrated campaign to inspect tugs and barges in the province to ensure that tugs and barges, including those working in community and industry resupply, comply with all safety regulations. Preventing accidents from occurring in the first place is our primary goal. This is the main idea behind the steps our government is taking to build a strong prevention regime that enhances marine safety. For example, we will be providing mariners, Indigenous groups, and coastal communities in British Columbia with improved marine traffic and navigation information. This includes designing new information sharing systems and platforms so they have access to real-time information on marine shipping activities in local waters. We want to provide maritime situational awareness, who is doing what and where, which is easier said than done, Mr. Speaker, in a user-friendly way to benefit the safety and protection of British Columbia's coastline. A first-of-its-kind program will fund initiatives to test new ways to bring local marine traffic information to Indigenous and local communities from existing open-source information from ports, the Canadian Coast Guard, and other government systems. This will not only help to prevent accidents, but it will also engage Indigenous peoples and local communities with a real, important, and I would say vital role in ensuring responsible shipping. The Oceans Protection Plan is also making investments so that a proactive, timely, and effective response can be mounted when incidents occur. This will mean enhanced search and rescue capabilities in British Columbia, including 4 new lifeboat stations and improved communication capacity. The Canadian Coast Guard will be increasing its towing capacity by equipping its large vessels with towing kits. It also will lease 2 large vessels on the BC coast capable of towing large commercial ships that are in distress and pose a hazard to navigation and the marine environment. This will improve Canada's ability to effectively respond to incidents, to save lives, and to protect the environment. Beyond protecting marine ecosystems, our government is committed to restoring them. We will establish coastal zone plans and identify restoration priorities that will engage Indigenous communities as well as local groups. Furthermore, we're working to understand the threat marine transportation has on marine mammals, and we will examine how to diminish these effects. For instance, understanding how to reduce the threat whales face from noise and potential collisions from commercial traffic along the BC coast. The government will also fund research on the impacts of increased shipping on marine ecosystems, which will better position us to protect these mammals. Strengthening partnerships with Indigenous and coastal communities is a key element of the Oceans Protection Plan. With the plan, as well as the oil tanker moratorium, BC Indigenous communities will know that there is the highest level of protection possible on their coasts and that they will have a real opportunity to be partners in the marine safety regime. This means taking training in search and rescue missions, environmental monitoring, and emergency spill response. It also means that our government will work with Indigenous and coastal communities to create regional response plans for the West Coast and pursue shared leadership opportunities in other areas. As one example, this might mean creating local traffic management areas to minimize safety risks and environmental impacts. Ensuring that Indigenous groups play a leading role in decision-making processes is also a major goal of the Oceans Protection Plan. We've demonstrated this commitment with the new Pacific Region Place of Refuge Contingency Plan, which was developed in collaboration with the Council of Haida Nation and provincial and federal partners. We believe that we are demonstrating that by working together, we can more effectively manage and protect our marine environment across Canada. Mr. Speaker, by formalizing an oil tanker moratorium on the north coast of British Columbia, the government is delivering on our commitment to develop a world-leading marine safety system, one that will meet or surpass the marine safety practices of other countries. By collaborating with the provinces, Indigenous groups, environmental NGOs, and other interested stakeholders, I'm confident that we have found an approach that demonstrates that a healthy environment and a strong economy go hand in hand. On a more personal note, I would like to say that it's a testament to the people of British Columbia that we are at second reading for an oil tanker moratorium act, and we're very grateful for the leadership of the Minister of Transport, his parliamentary secretary, and his collaborators in Cabinet. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's speech and her intervention and her work in the past on certainly on some of the values that I share on West Coast salmon and the ecosystem. And I appreciated her comments that were very specific. She talked about investing $1.5 billion, I believe, over 10 years for the Ocean Protection Plan, so about $150 million a year. World-leading safety system. She elaborated on investing and talked about some specific actions like tugs and barge inspections. But my question, and I think, Mr. Speaker, she touched on this, is purchasing the 2 oil spill response tugs. I'm wondering if the member could elaborate on how much those tugs cost and what does that leave within the $150 million for the annual budget for oil spill prevention. So what other elements that she talked about? If she could elaborate on the costs of the tugs and what's left.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the tugs alone is a gigantic step forward for our government and for protection of marine ecosystems and the livelihoods of communities and Indigenous communities on the coast. For far too long, that was neglected, and I think it's important as a representative of the West Coast of Canada to stand here and try to describe how treacherous the coast is, how isolated communities are, and the challenges that we face when we are truly trying to blend both a strong defense of the environment and a healthy economy. Another remarkable aspect of the $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan is how well integrated it is. We took a lot of time to ensure that Indigenous peoples, fisheries, justice, transport, Treasury Board, the environment, and beyond that were all consulted so that we have brought all we can as a government to protect the safety, environment, and health of the people of British Columbia and its ecosystems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Conseil commentaire. Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her wonderful speech. I just want to ask her a question. As we move forward with the Sustainable Development Goals, we know that goal number 14 is life underwater. And I wonder if she could elaborate on Canada's leadership in this regard, in terms of our ocean protection plan, in terms of this piece of legislation. How are we taking leadership not just within our domestic market, but globally as well?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Certainly we take our Sustainable Development Goals obligations very seriously, and this provides an opportunity to demonstrate our integrated public policy approach. Last week, we were debating the Oceans Act, which updates the Act after 20 years and delivers on our government's commitment to marine protected areas. Canada has fallen quite far behind in that regard, but our government is committed to expanding that to be 10% of our coastlines. We're well underway, and that is, of course, well reflected in the fact that we are also bringing a ban to oil tankers on British Columbia's northern coast. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her comments on Bill C-48. And just in reading this bill, I look under the section entitled Designated Persons, and I'm wondering if she could provide what appears to be a little bit of ambiguity in this section 9.1, where it states that the minister may designate any person or member of a class of persons for the purposes of the administration and enforcement of this Act. It also then goes on to talk about a certificate of designation. The minister must provide every designated person with a certificate of their designation. And so I'm wondering if she could provide us with some clarity in terms of who those designated persons may be.
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My understanding of that section is that it truly reflects the fact that if we are to do the best job we can to protect the environment and the safety of people on the coast, we're going to need a team. The minister, in understanding the situation on the coast, has been very hands-on and on the ground. We are connecting what has previously been disconnected but natural partners in order to ensure the safety of British Columbia's coastline. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Prise de débat. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to express my support for this worthy legislation, one of many components of our Oceans Protection Plan. Bill C-48, an act to establish an oil tanker moratorium on British Columbia's north coast, is the latest in a suite of actions to protect British Columbia's Pacific coastline and will advance our Transportation 2030 vision to safeguard Canada's waterways and 3 ocean coasts. The Government of Canada recognizes that the health and well-being of our oceans are vital for our communities, our environment, our economy, and the well-being of all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Canada has the longest coastline in the world, and it's critical that those vast stretches of coastline and marine environments are well protected to ensure our oceans can continue to support a rich variety of sea life. Our oceans also play an important role in Canada's economy, facilitating the movement of goods and people to other destinations and enabling trade that our high standard of living depends upon. So we fully understand how important it is to improve marine safety and protect the marine environment while fostering a climate that supports Canadian trade and economic objectives. That's why the creation of a world-leading marine safety system is a central plank in our government's $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan. It will help to ensure that future generations of Canadians will continue to benefit from abundant fisheries, tourism, traditional Indigenous and community livelihoods, as well as global trade. To develop this plan, the Government of Canada undertook extensive consultation with Canadians all across the country on how best to improve marine safety and formalize an oil tanker moratorium. This included consultations with Indigenous groups, stakeholders from the marine industry, the oil and gas sector, environmental groups, and other levels of government. Their perspectives inform the parameters of the moratorium outlined in Bill C-48 today. Mr. Speaker, the proposed oil tanker moratorium is just one of several crucial and complementary measures this government is taking to protect our coastlines and our oceans. The Oceans Protection Plan will build a world-leading marine safety system that increases responsible shipping and protects Canada's waters, including new preventative and response measures. We are also taking steps to preserve and restore marine ecosystems and habitats using new tools and research to support this work. We are building a stronger evidence base supported by science and local knowledge. We're invested in oil spill cleanup research and methods to ensure that decisions taken in emergencies and evidence are evidence-based. And we're strengthening partnerships with Indigenous and coastal communities to benefit from local knowledge of the region and to build local emergency response capacity. Mr. Speaker, these efforts and actions are national in scope, so let me focus on a few specific measures designed to protect British Columbia's northern coast. I remind my honourable colleagues that our government has instituted a concentrated campaign to inspect tugs and barges in the province. The aim of the campaign is to ensure that tugs and barges, including those engaged in community and industry resupply, comply with all safety regulations. Preventing accidents from occurring in the first place really is our primary goal, and this is the rationale behind the concrete steps being taken by our government to build a strong prevention regime that enhances marine safety. For example, we will be improving mariners and Indigenous groups and coastal communities in British Columbia with improved marine traffic and navigation information. This includes designing new information sharing systems and platforms so that they have access to real-time information on marine shipping activities in local waters. We want to provide maritime situational awareness, who is doing what and where, in a user-friendly way that meets their needs. A new program will fund initiatives to test new ways to bring local marine traffic information to Indigenous and local communities from existing open-source information from ports, the Canadian Coast Guard, and other government systems. This will not only prevent accidents, but also give Indigenous groups and local communities a meaningful role in responsible shipping. The Oceans Protection Plan is also making investments so that a quick and adequate response can be mounted when incidents occur. This will mean enhanced search and rescue capabilities in British Columbia, including 4 new lifeboat stations and improved communications capacity. The Canadian Coast Guard will be increasing its towing capacity by equipping its large vessels with towing kits. It also will lease 2 large vessels on BC coast capable of towing large commercial ships that are in distress and pose a hazard to navigation and to the marine environment. This will improve Canada's ability to effectively respond to incidents, which will ultimately save lives and protect the environment. Mr. Speaker, Beyond protecting marine ecosystems, our government is committed to restoring them. We will establish coastal zone plans and identified restoration priorities that will engage Indigenous communities as well as local groups and communities. Furthermore, we're working to understand the threat marine transportation has on marine mammals and will examine how to diminish these effects. For instance, understanding how to reduce the threat whales face from noise and potential collisions from commercial traffic along the BC coast. The government will also fund research on the impacts of increased shipping on marine ecosystems, which will better position us to protect these mammals. Strengthening partnerships with Indigenous and coastal communities is a key element of the Oceans Protection Plan. With the plan, as well as the oil tanker moratorium, BC Indigenous communities will have peace of mind that there is the highest level of protection possible on their coasts, and they will have a real opportunity to be partners in the marine safety regime. This means being offered training in search and rescue missions, environmental monitoring, and emergent spill response. It also means that our government will work with Indigenous and coastal communities to create regional response plans for the West Coast and pursue shared leadership opportunities in other areas. As one example, this might mean creating local traffic management areas to minimize safety risks and environmental impacts. Ensuring Indigenous groups play a leading role in decision-making processes is a major goal of the Oceans Protection Plan. We have demonstrated this commitment with the new Pacific Region Place of Refuge Contingency Plan, which was developed in collaboration with the Council of Haida Nation and other provincial and federal partners. We are proving that working together, we can more effectively manage and protect our marine environment across Canada. Mr. Speaker, by formalizing an oil tanker moratorium on the north coast of British Columbia, the government is delivering on the commitment to develop a world-leading marine safety system, one that will meet or surpass the marine safety practices of other nations. By collaborating with the provinces, Indigenous groups, environmental NGOs, and other interested stakeholders, I'm confident that we have found an approach that demonstrates that a clean environment and a strong economy can go hand in hand. In the same way, members on this side of the House want to work with all our parliamentary colleagues to enhance marine safety and protect the environment to promote responsible and sustainable economic growth. I hope I can count on all party support for Bill C-48, which will help protect the northern British Columbia coastline for the benefit of generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the minister could just specifically explain what the difference is between a vessel carrying 12,499 metric tons of crude oil, therefore being allowed under this ban, and a vessel carrying 12,500 metric tons of crude oil, and also how she reconciles that American and international tankers of the same size that would be excluded under the ban won't be covered, and so this ban doesn't actually deal with that issue at all, and they may still travel through the area despite the voluntary exemption, which this legislation doesn't address.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. The reason that we came up with these numbers was through consultation. We wanted the coastal communities to still be able to have their industry, to grow and to flourish. But we also wanted to put into place controls that would limit the vulnerability. So when we're trying to come up with a piece of legislation, it's really critical that we consult and we end up with an overlapping complementary system. And that's exactly what we've achieved here, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her intervention. You know, in my riding of North Island, Powell River, we experienced a very hard closure of the Comox MCTS. And, you know, when you look at what I heard a lot in the speech, you know, I just heard a lot about the importance of having a strong Coast Guard. And at this point, you know, we went from 5 down to just 2 communication centers for the Coast Guard. So when the member talks about having a world-leading marine safety strategy, how does closing one of the communication centers, which has brought so much lack for our riding in that whole region of understanding what's happening in the waters, how does that help with that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question and for her concern about the safety of people who are in those waterways. Technology is changing, Mr. Speaker. There are technological advancements that are actually changing the way that we are going to do search and rescue on Canada's coast. And it's about, again, it comes back to partnerships. It's about sharing information that in the past wouldn't have been shared. It's about inviting everyone in so they can be part of the process. And that key, that sense of teamwork and inclusion when it comes to search and rescue missions is what's going to create better opportunities for us. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian oil is extracted and transported under some of the safest and most environmentally strict regulations in the world. So preventing our Canadian oil from reaching customers in other countries only serves to proliferate the use of oil products extracted and transported in less safe and less environmentally friendly ways. So can the member explain the strange contradiction she views in that she views the proliferation of safe, clean Canadian oil as bad, but the proliferation of oil from other countries with less stringent regulations as good?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And as always, it comes down to balance. It comes down to protecting a very vulnerable piece of our ocean ecostructure here in Canada. It comes to protecting our environment, at the same time growing the economy. And I think that we have found that balance by reaching out to coastal communities and say, what do you need in order to continue to thrive? And to draw up these regulations, keeping that in mind. So, Mr. Speaker, this was done in a consultative, collaborative way to come up with the solution that best balances the environment and our economy.
Yeah, we've got time for just a very short question. The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her extraordinary speech. I wanted to ask if she might be able to elaborate on the importance of protecting marine life and on the role that can play with maintaining a clean environment, and why this is important for us as Canadians and as citizens of the world. I'd also like to know how this can help us grow our economy and create jobs for Canadians. Thank you.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, because it's absolutely key to this entire discussion. And I think this is one area where Canada can actually play a leading role around the world, can actually set an example of how you can have economic health and a strong environment. And if you look at Canada's wonderful west coast and the power of the ecotourism sector there, the majesty, I think we can see that finding this balance between the two was really important.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin my remarks, I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Lakeland for not only the tremendous job she is doing as our Shadow Minister for Natural Resources and taking the lead on this file, but also for the wealth of experience that she brings, having worked in the industry in the province of Alberta. So I rise today in response to Bill C-48, the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, a new bill introduced by this government that will have devastating effects on our oil sands and the many jobs created as a result of that development. Once again, the Liberals are playing games with Canadian jobs. Ostensibly, this act was introduced as a transportation bill, but in practice, I believe C-48 is a jobs bill, or rather, job-killing bill, singling out one specific sector of our economy, the oil sector, and punishing that sector irrationally. Since the Liberals formed government, they have made no attempt to hide their disdain for Canada's oil producers and the men and women who work in that field. This bill is another example of that. Let's be clear and cut through the rhetoric. C-48 is not really about banning tanker traffic. It is about banning development in the oil sands and the pipelines needed to get the product to market. Right now, there is no oil flowing to the northern British Columbia coast. That means that there is no oil for tankers to load in the northern British Columbia ports identified in C-48. But there could have been, the Northern Gateway Pipeline. That pipeline project was meant to run from Alberta to the northern coast of British Columbia, where our oil could have been loaded onto tankers and exported around the world. The development of a safe and efficient means of transporting our oil to the coast would have led to an economic boom in northern British Columbia, as it has in Vancouver and along the East Coast. In those waters, tankers have operated safely for decades. The export of our oil would have strengthened Canada's economy by diversifying our market in the Asia-Pacific region. It would have ensured future economic stability. And it was cancelled because of politics. Mr. Speaker, under the previous Conservative government and through the National Energy Board, Canada had an impartial, evidence-based system that based its decisions on the viability of a project via a rigorous set of tests. These tests reviewed everything from the safety of the project to its environmental footprint, to its economic impact, and to its effect on our First Nations communities. The Northern Gateway project passed the first phase in that assessment before it was ended due to a short-sighted election promise by the Prime Minister. His action was not based on any science. It was based entirely on partisanship. And now, under the regime of C-48, such a project will be impossible. Despite what the Liberals may say, this bill is not really about the environment. To be clear, the bill does not actually do what the Liberals claim it does. C-48 does not ban tanker traffic along our coast, but rather merely the loading and unloading of oil tankers at our northern BC ports, which is currently not happening. Tankers will still operate 100 kilometers from shore, as they always have. This bill will do nothing to reduce the risk of oil spills, and quite frankly, is 20 pages of empty symbolism on the environment, but with a real impact on the future of our Canadian economy. In contrast to this empty symbolism, the previous Conservative government strengthened Canada's environmental regime by creating a world-class tanker safety system, including modernizing our navigation system, building marine safety capacity in First Nation communities, and ensuring that any polluters pay for the cleanup and environmental impact of spills and damages. The Conservatives pursued environmental protections based on the facts. Using those facts, we enacted real change that would protect our natural wonders both now and tomorrow. And we achieved all of that without destroying future prosperity. It would seem that this Prime Minister is not actually serious about reducing the impact of pollution on our planet. If he were serious about reducing pollution, he would do everything in his power to ensure that whenever possible, Canadian oil replaces oil from countries that have less stringent environmental protection regimes.
That's right.
The fact is, Canadian producers are subject to far more oversight and regulation. The environmental standards in Canada are much higher than the majority of other oil-producing nations. Our oil production sites are cleaner. Our air is cleaner. This is no random accident. It is a consequence of our strong standards. We are the world leaders on clean oil production and have been for decades. Instead of basing their decision on these facts, the Liberals prioritize their anti-oil bias over science, over evidence, and most importantly, over people. That's what this bill is about, Mr. Speaker. It's actually about people. For no discernible reason, with no due diligence, the Liberals are damaging Canada's economic security. The hundreds of thousands of middle-class Canadians who work or hope to work in the oil and gas sector will see this news as another blow to their future prosperity. But this is not only about Canadians who work directly in this sector, nor is it simply an issue in Western Canada. The implications of this act, along with the partisan decision to end Northern Gateway, will not only be felt in Western Canada, it will be felt by Canadians from coast to coast to coast. At least 670,000 Canadians are employed directly or indirectly by our oil and gas sectors. Over 80,000 of them call Ontario home. Over 25,000 are Quebecois. This sector is Canada's largest private industry investor. The Liberals' unilateral symbolic decision to ban tanker traffic on British Columbia's northern coast will be felt all the way to the St. Lawrence River and beyond. These businesses employ middle-class Canadians who have become constant targets of this government. They are already preparing to deal with the unfair tax hikes proposed by the Prime Minister, which will damage our competitiveness worldwide. They will be further disheartened to see yet another opportunity ripped from their grasp by this Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, if I didn't know better, I might think this government is intentionally sabotaging Canadian jobs. But perhaps the hardest hit in all of this are our First Nations. With the tanker ban and before that the cancellation of Northern Gateway, First Nations in British Columbia and Alberta are losing out on an estimated $2 billion in equity windfall. 31 First Nations equity partners supported Northern Gateway, holding a 30% stake in the project. These First Nations knew that the pipeline would bring jobs to their communities, and they hoped that prosperity would follow. Without any consultation, the Prime Minister took that opportunity from them. The Prime Minister's symbolic ban on tanker traffic and cancellation of Northern Gateway will have real effects on real people. Millions of dollars that could have gone to First Nations communities and the families they represent will now never reach them. The affected communities could have used this money for schools, housing, infrastructure, job creation, or any of 100 other purposes. But no, all because the Prime Minister doesn't like the oil sands. Perhaps if some of the money from Northern Gateway went to building sheds to store canoes, the Prime Minister would have supported it. Mr. Speaker, I must again draw attention to what this bill really does, or rather what it does not do. Nowhere does this bill actually ban tankers from operating off of our west coast. Nowhere does it add anything to our already stringent environmental standards. Nowhere does it reduce risk. Now, originally I thought I was only going to have 10 minutes to speak to this bill, but apparently it is up to Conservative members to carry the day on so many of the pieces of legislation that the government has been introducing. And so I know that members from the Liberal Party, the NDP, the Green Party, and even the Bloc may have an opportunity to pose many questions of those of us who are participating in this debate. And while I don't have a crystal ball, I have a premonition that their questions to me will revolve around 4 topics. The first topic, I think, will be on the environment. As I've said, Bill C-48 will do nothing for the preservation of British Columbia's environment. Ships, including U.S. tankers, traveling from Alaska to Washington State, will continue to be able to travel up and down the coast just outside the 100-kilometer limit that I mentioned. As I said, this is a pipeline moratorium under a different name. Further, Canadian oil is extracted and transported under some of the safest and most environmentally strict regulations in the world. So preventing our Canadian oil resources from reaching customers in other countries only serves to proliferate the use of oil products extracted and transported in a less safe and less environmentally friendly way. And the strange contradiction that we see with the Liberals, the NDPs, the Greens, and the Bloc's view on Canadian oil is that their opposition to it defeats their supposed greater goal of protecting the world's environment. The second question I anticipate from Liberal members in this place will be around the fact that this promise was contained in the Liberals' 2015 election platform. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' 2015 election platform is basically a list of broken promises. The Liberal platform wasn't worth the paper on which it was printed. We have seen considerable willingness, if not eagerness, on the part of the Liberal government to break promises made in their election platform. I will just highlight a few of the broken promises from the Liberals' election platform. First, there was a commitment to run only modest deficits of $10 billion. Well, we now know that promise was a complete joke. This Liberal government blew past that proposed limit faster than the Roadrunner. Then we had the disingenuous and overreaching promise that 2015 would be the last election under first-past-the-post system. It's amazing, Mr. Speaker, when you think about the absolute arrogance that was embedded in that promise. The third topic that I anticipate members of the other parties will pose to me will surround the opinions of First Nations. And I know I touched upon this, but Mr. Speaker, it bears repeating. There is considerable support among First Nations on BC's coast for energy development opportunities. In fact, it's not just on BC's coast. According to the Assembly of First Nations Chief Perry Bellegarde, 500 of the 630 First Nations across Canada are open to pipeline and petroleum development on their land. As I mentioned, 31 First Nations were equity partners holding a 30% financial position in the Northern Gateway Pipeline project. For the Liberals to move forward with this tanker moratorium without properly consulting coastal First Nations is absolutely hypocritical. And we know that they did not consult, Mr. Speaker, because we know that this mandate was in the minister's mandate letter, that he was directed to put this moratorium in place without any consultation. The Liberals only consult when it is to get the result they seek. They have no interest in dissenting or contrary views. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we have this government's much-aligned proposals on open and transparent government. I could go on, Mr. Speaker, but I don't want to use the rest of my time embarrassing the government with these facts. So, to conclude on this point, I will say that a platform commitment is binding. So to say that their platform commitments are binding would be the height of hypocrisy from these Liberals. The final subject on which I anticipate members of the other parties to pose questions to me will probably evolve around pipelines or pipeline approvals. As I said earlier, this is not a tanker moratorium bill. This is a pipeline moratorium bill. The Prime Minister and the Government of Canada must champion pipeline development, or pipeline projects will never be completed. Approving one pipeline but not the other is only a partial solution to improving market access for Western Canada's energy producers. Additionally, I need to add that pipelines are the safest means of transporting the oil that is already being produced and moved. Yet it appears that the Liberals and NDP would rather it be moved in a less safe manner. Mr. Speaker, this bill only serves to undercut the future prosperity of Canadians in Quebec, in British Columbia, in our First Nations communities, and all throughout our country. I am left, Mr. Speaker, with only one question. Why does the Prime Minister care more about empty symbolism than about the prosperity of Canada's middle class? Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was just reading in the Globe and Mail some excellent news out of British Columbia that the economy there is going to grow by about 3% this year, exceeding expectations, second only to the province of Alberta. And that's interesting, Mr. Speaker, because the Honourable Member says that we have disdain for the oil industry, but this government, because of this government's policy, thousands of jobs are being created in the oil industry. So my question, Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable Member is, if she's going to criticize us for the economic problems in Alberta, will she give us some credit when things are going really good, like they are right now?
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I think it's passing strange that he would ask us that question when, in fact, the Minister of Natural Resources stood in this House just a few hours earlier and told us that it was not the government's job to build pipelines. So why do they want to take credit for the jobs that building a pipeline creates?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague. I have a lot of respect for my honourable colleague from Saskatchewan, but I'm someone who lives in coastal British Columbia, and I'm representing people from coastal British Columbia, and I can tell you what it looks like on the ground. We've seen 3 marine communication and traffic services centres close. I think we're hearing from both the Liberals and the Conservatives talking about how great our marine protection is. The Conservatives will say the great work they did before. The Liberals will say the great work they're doing now. Both of them talk about marine training that they provided for First Nations and Indigenous people. Both talk about how they're protecting the ocean. But on the ground, and actually if they actually came to our communities and listened to mariners, they'd find out that there isn't the training and equipment that's promised to Indigenous people that are usually responding to incidents that happen in coastal BC. That the closing of those centres was closing local knowledge, that the coastline of BC is too big to have 2 marine communication traffic services centres. We don't have a world-class response. We know that when the Helsick sank, when the Nathan E. Stewart sank, that in the first 48 hours of that boat sinking, that the spill response was inadequate, including slow response time, insufficient and ineffective, and there was not the right equipment to be there. They lacked safety gear, and there were even confusion of who was in charge. This world-class notion of a world-class ocean response program is far from in place, Mr. Speaker, and everybody in coastal British Columbia knows it. There's 100,000 jobs at risk in our marine economy, and we need people to actually come and visit us and see it firsthand. We can't even deal with a marine debris spill. The government has no response. They've put no money and no energy and effort to clean up the largest marine debris spill on the west coast of Vancouver Island in decades. So we know they can't deal with marine debris, they can't deal with an oil spill, and now given that the Nathan E. Stewart disaster happened and we totally didn't deal with it properly, in fact we impacted the Helsick on their food security, on their income, their culture, and on their local environment, does the Conservative Party now finally understand the danger a supertanker spill poses to the North Coast and to coastal communities?
Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for his comments and his question. I understand the passion that he brings to this, coming from British Columbia, representing constituents and wanting to ensure that their voices are heard. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, we did what we did when we were in government in terms of creating a world-class tanker safety system. But more to his point, Mr. Speaker, I think what I would have to say is I appreciate all that he has outlined to us, and it just further proves my point that this bill will do absolutely nothing to reduce the risk of oil spills. It is actually empty symbolism on the environment. And so I guess, respectfully ask that he poses those same questions to the members across the way. Thank you.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at report stage of Bill CS 226, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, Sergei Magnitsky Law, in the name of Mr. Bazan.
Comme il n'y a aucune motion à l'étape du rapport, la Chambre...
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
Seconded by Mr. Ziot, moves that Bill S-226, an act to provide for the taking of the restrictive measures in respect of foreign nationals responsible for gross violations of internationally recognized human rights and to make related amendments to the Special Economic Measures Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, as amended, be concurred in at the report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour, please say... Whoops, sorry. Oh, I believe we have... Carried? Carried. Okay, very good, carried. When shall the bill be read a second time? Now. Now. Oh, sorry. Third time. My glasses are given out on me. Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Ziot, moves that Bill S-226, an act to provide for the taking of restrictive measures in respect of foreign nationals responsible for gross violations of internationally recognized human rights and to make related amendments to the Special Economic Measures Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure to rise to speak at third stage on Bill S-226. And I have to first of all thank Senator Raynell Andrechuk, who is the author of this bill over in the Senate, who has been advocating for this legislation along with a number of us for a number of years. And it goes back actually to Irwin Cotler, a former colleague of ours here in Parliament, who brought forward a motion back in 2015 calling on the Government of Canada to institute Sergei Magnitsky-style legislation, similar legislation that's been adopted around the world. And so we're continuing on in that vein. I made some amendments to the bill that he originally proposed, and Senator Andrechuk actually went even further to make sure that this bill is first and foremost focused on human rights violators, as well as corrupt foreign officials who are taking advantage of their citizens and abusing their positions of power. And we need to make sure that those individuals do not use Canada as a safe haven. One of the main pushes, of course, behind this is Bill Browder, who was put on red notice and wrote a novel about his experience dealing in Russia, and who had Sergei Magnitsky as his lawyer. And Sergei Magnitsky had uncovered the biggest tax fraud in Russian history. And for that, Sergei Magnitsky was falsely arrested and accused. He was imprisoned, he was tortured, and beaten to death in a Russian prison outside of Moscow. I also want to thank Marcus Kolga. Marcus has been an unwavering advocate for Sergei Magnitsky and having this type of legislation in Canada. He has worked across party lines to ensure that we get as close as possible to unanimous consent on supporting this bill. And I want to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs for her support for Bill S-226 and for working with me and Senator Andrechuk and all parliamentarians to find a way that the government could also support this bill and the report stage amendments that we just concurred in really do strengthen the bill in a lot of ways and clarify the language so there's consistency between Bill S-226 and the Special Economic Measures Act. And I think all of us would be remiss if we didn't thank the huge diaspora in Canada, the Ukrainian diaspora, the pro-democracy Russians in Canada, the Vietnamese community, the Iranian community, the Falun Gong and Chinese community here, who really do believe that having this legislation in Canada, the Sergei Magnitsky Law, will enable the government of Canada to hold those human rights abusers in their countries to account and ensure that they do not hide their money or bring their families and protect them here in Canada and not allow Canada to be used as a safe haven. So I thank all of them for their support, for their petitions, for their advocacy, for holding seminars and spreading the word about how important Bill S-226 is. So this is, as I said, it's about anti-corruption. It's about protecting human rights, projecting Canadian values, and it's really not just about sanctions and travel bans. It's about ensuring Canada cannot be used as a safe haven by those criminals. And by all accounts, as corrupt government officials, as human rights abusers, these individuals are criminals. And each and every one of them should actually be held to account in front of the Hague at the International Criminal Court. But until that happens, until the proper investigations take place, we have to ensure that Canada is doing our part in lockstep with the rest of the international community to ensure that we aren't being used to educate these criminals' children, to hide their families and their extramarital affairs here in Canada by buying homes and properties and hiding their families over here, or making use of our very strong banking system. And I know that if you look at some of the research that's been done, we've been already able to uncover, oligarchs from Russia who have hid money here in Canada and essentially used a shell game to clean their money and before taking it back to Russia. And, if you look at being a Russian oligarch who's been making use of their abuse of authority to enrich themselves, to commit tax fraud and other, devious schemes to garner money from the citizens of Russia or elsewhere for that matter, Mr. Speaker, that they would love to put their money in trusted banks like we have here in Canada, rather than being in Russian banks that are getting sanctioned often because of the Russians' aggression that we're seeing in Ukraine and Georgia and elsewhere, and are often getting sanctioned because of their support for Vladimir Putin's expansionist adventurism. Now, as I said earlier, there is other countries that have already passed Magnitsky-style legislation. The United States in 2012, and last year the United States actually made sure that the Sergei Magnitsky Law became a global Magnitsky Law. So it wasn't just about Russia, it's about other countries who are also human rights abusers, and people are getting rich by being human rights abusers, which is atrocious. We also know that European Parliament passed it in 2013, Estonia passed it in 2016, the United Kingdom passed it earlier this year, and Canada needs to get this done so that we fall in line. Now, all three main parties, as I said in the House before, in the last federal election, all supported Magnitsky-style legislation in the 2015 campaign. And so this is about the three main parties all coming together, supporting this legislation and bringing it into practicality and into reality. And people are going to probably saying, why do we need this? Aren't we already sanctioning Russian officials and Russian oligarchs and Ukrainian oligarchs who are responsible for the violence that we're seeing in Donbass, the illegal annexation and occupation of Crimea? We're already sanctioning, this government and the previous Conservative government now, I think total is over 250 individuals and entities have been sanctioned and travel bans put in place. But that only applies to the situation in Donbass and Crimea. It doesn't talk to the broader context of all the different abuses that are taking place in Russia or any other country for that matter. And the way right now the Special Economic Measures Act works is that other international organizations have to direct Canada and member states to sanction because of a certain conflict or a certain issue, saying that we're now going to put in place travel bans and economic sanctions. So what we're doing is, through Bill S-226, is putting another tool in the toolbox for the Government of Canada so that we can project our Canadian values and ensure that Canada isn't being used as a safe haven by those corrupt foreign officials and human rights abusers. So this will enable Canada to be able to go after other countries, other entities who are being human rights abusers. So it's not just about Russian aggression and the war in Ukraine. It's not just about Crimea's illegal annexation, but this is also about the torture of political prisoners in places like Iran. It's about the human rights abuses that we've seen in Vietnam. It's about the current genocide that's taking place in Myanmar with the Rohingyas. So, you know, this gives the authority to the Government of Canada to act unilaterally in the interests of Canada to stop these types of human rights abuses, to send a signal that these type of corrupt officials will not be able to get away with it, that Canada is taking notice, and that us and our partners will ensure that we shut down their ability to launder their money, to hide their families, to ensure that they are enriching themselves by benefiting from Canada's strong financial institutions and strong assets that we have here through whether it's real estate property, whether it's businesses, whether it's investments. So this really is a great piece of legislation that enables it. Now, we talked about the changes, Mr. Speaker, that was brought forward by the government. And so there was a number of amendments, and a lot of it is dealing with language to ensure that it aligns between SEMA, the Special Economic Measures Act, and Bill S-26 to make sure that it's reliable and appropriate and evidence. We want to make sure that there's also fairness, and I accept the government's amendments to enable individuals that are put on the list of being sanctioned and travel bans. We want to make sure that they have the ability to say, okay, that you got me confused with somebody else. I have a right through a just process to appeal that. And so that wasn't available before under the legislation way it was drafted. So Senator Andrechuk and myself accepted that amendment. So it's also about making sure that the language from who is a foreign official, a public office holder, you know, other individuals, so that there is a way to determine it, and that is consistent between legislation within all the torts and legislation that we have. And we want to make sure that there is not just an open-ended list of indicators, but there has to be hard evidence of acts of significant corruption. And, you know, it does still give the power to the Governor and Council to make the determination on who goes on the list, what sources of information are used, how do we compel different agencies and financial institutions and others to provide information, and making sure that it's valid. So, you know, the government did propose a lot of major changes that actually cleaned up the bill, provided more strength, more tools and mechanisms that we do support. Now, you know, we talk about some of the examples of where we are seeing human rights abuses outside of Russia. And I already mentioned what's happening in Myanmar with the genocide being committed by the Rohingyas. And, you know, if you look at that situation, there is individuals that are, you know, really responsible for it. So, you know, we should be going after the current military leadership in Myanmar. You know, Senior General Min Aung Hlaing, Lieutenant General Sang Wen, who's the Minister of Defense, the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, Vice General Sao Win. You know, these are individuals who are carrying out a genocide, ethnic cleansing, and those individuals need to be held to account. Canada can act unilaterally and do that. Venezuela, you know, President Maduro and everything that's happening in Venezuela right now, they're clamping down on human rights, no freedom of the press. You know, we're talking about not only a recession and skyrocketing costs, inflations, you know, and impacting everything from food to medicine and medical supplies, but he's capturing his political dissidents. He's imprisoning them and torturing them. And so the Venezuela regime needs to be sanctioned. You know, this is all about, you know, making sure that all the political leaders and the military leaders, the police agencies down there are being held to account. You know, United Nations Human Rights right now says that just since April, 5,000 people have been detained, and thousands of those are still in custody. So Bill S-26, 226 would be able to put in place the proper economic sanctions as well as travel bans to send a message to Maduro and his regime that this isn't warranted. You know, in Iran, President Rouhani continues to not just, imprison his political dissidents, but he continues to execute them. And under Rouhani, and everybody thinks has got this charm offensive, political executions have increased 55% under him versus Ahmadinejad. This individual cannot be trusted. The Iranian regime must be held to account. He goes and imprisoning not just political prisoners, but ethnic and religious minorities, and continues to push out their theocracy and just impugn thousands of people all the time. And we can't forget that under Ayatollah Khomeini back in 1988, that 30,000 political prisoners were killed in one summer. It was orchestrated and participated, and those individuals who are responsible still serve today in the current regime and have never been sanctioned. We can do that now with Bill S-226. But, as we look at, what's happening here and around the world, we can't forget about what still is happening in Ukraine, what is happening in Russia. In Chechnya, we just saw the human rights violations of 200 men were rounded up and put in informal and unlawful detention centers based upon their sexual orientation. And those individuals belonging to the LGBTQ community had their rights violated, and at least 3 of them were killed. And so, those Chechen leaders that are responsible for it, especially Ramzan Kadyrov, has to be held to account, and these individuals are no different than any of the other ones that we want to sanction. So I'll leave my final closing comments to the end of the debate today, Mr. Speaker, but I do want to thank all members of Parliament for their support, and I'm looking forward to seeing this go back to the Senate as quickly as possible.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the member has been following the issue for a number of years, actually. Whether it's what's happened in Ukraine, something that gets a great deal of discussion inside the House, or, just over the weekend, Dr. Nasir and others having this wonderful presentation at the Manitoba Legislature in regards to what's happening with Rohingya. It is important for us to recognize that Canada does play a very important international role. And I always felt that wherever we can do things, that we should try to move forward, advocating for human rights. We are a party of the Charter of Rights. Manitoba is the home province of the Canadian Human Rights Museum, as the member knows full well. So would the member not agree? Here we have a piece of legislation, and we'll see how the debate evolves, but just to, at the very least, recognize that, yes, Canada does have that strong leadership role that it can play, and that we should have that virtual unanimous support from the House, indicating that the best way to have influence is to bring solid proposals forward so that Canada can continue to demonstrate that badly needed international leadership on important issues such as this.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Winnipeg North for his comment. And, on the ledge, we also celebrated this summer the bringing home of more Yazidis into the community. Also, another ethnic group and religious minority that were persecuted by ISIS. Burnt on, trapped on Mount Sinjar. Many crucified on the cross. Many were burnt alive. And we see these horrific atrocities being committed. What we're witnessing right now with the Rohingyas. So Canada always talks the talk, but we always don't walk that talk. And this bill gives us the ability to do it. Canada has always been looked up to as a country that does stand up for human rights and tries to stand in the way of corrupt foreign officials. But too often we get caught in this issue of appeasement. We saw that under the previous Minister of Foreign Affairs who tried to appease Vladimir Putin. We can't do that, and that's why it's important that the Minister of Foreign Affairs today is supporting this legislation, brought forward great amendments to it, and all members of the House should be able to support this bill to ensure that Canada has the tools to act unilaterally against those corrupt foreign officials who are committing these human rights abuses.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the member, appreciate him spearheading this bill, and of course welcome the support of all the parties in the House. But Mr. Speaker, it's one thing to enact a law, it's another thing to use the law. So I think it'll be really important for the Canadians who are watching to recognize that we do have pretty well all-party support to proceed with this bill, long overdue. But we also need to be watchdogging the government so they actually deliver on it. And of course, our party in the last Parliament was trying to get the previous Conservative government to bring stricter sanctions against Vladimir Yakunin and Igor Sechin. And now this government also are moving forward somewhat, but not completely. So would the member agree with me, through you, Mr. Speaker, that yes, we need to move forward and strengthen the law and strengthen the capacity of governments to act, but we also need the political will to act?
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Edmonton for her comment. And I agree that you want to be able to add names to that list. And one of the things this legislation does is provide some parliamentary oversight, and the Foreign Affairs Committee of the House and of the Senate have the power to request names to be added to the Governor and Council. It also provides those individuals, if they don't feel they have or they shouldn't have been added to that list, there is an appeal process because of the changes and amendments that the government has made to this legislation. So there shouldn't be any reason to not put people on the list if there is that fair balance and the right of recourse given to those who have their names added to the list. So I appreciate that comment, and I know that the legislation will do just that, and provide, because of the parliamentary oversight that's provided, provides the political will to get it done.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honour to speak about Bill S-226, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Officials Act, the Sergei Magnitsky Law. First, I'd like to pay tribute to Sergei Magnitsky, who lost his life in a brave campaign to expose massive corruption at the highest levels in Russia. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Magnitsky's death have made it abundantly clear that state corruption and human rights violations go hand in glove. To protect their ill-gotten wealth, kleptocratic regimes dismantle rule of law and then the institutions of democracy. These regimes steal the people's wealth, then their rights, and in the end, their people's futures. Like Sergei Magnitsky, countless brave individuals across the globe have suffered violations of their fundamental human rights for speaking out. Like Mr. Magnitsky, many have been victimized by the very institutions and individuals entrusted with protecting them. Like Mr. Magnitsky, many have not seen the perpetrators brought to justice and instead have found themselves incarcerated, tortured on behalf of criminals by prosecutors and judges in show trials not to uphold justice, but to uphold the power of the corrupt. Many are eliminated, murdered, as was Mr. Magnitsky. Murdered to send a message to those foolhardy enough to take a stand on behalf of truth and justice. Human rights are integral to Canada's international engagements. We stand up for these inalienable rights, and we do not hesitate to speak out against human rights violators and abusers wherever they reside. Speaking out is important. However, words are not enough. That's why Canada needs to and intends to have a wide range of tools at our disposal to protect and to promote human rights. We will assess the circumstances and then choose the tools that have the best chance of getting the job done for the people directly affected and for the cause of advancing human rights globally. At the end of the 20th century, with the fall of the Iron Curtain, there were those who celebrated the end of history democracy, human rights, international rule of law was victorious. Clearly, the celebrating began too soon. Today, we find ourselves in a world where too often our shared Western principles of democracy, human rights, and rule of law are being flouted or undermined, not just by small dictatorial countries, but also by major powers. We seem to be entering into a world disorder in which there are those who believe they can disregard the human rights of their citizens, flaunt international law, treaties, and agreements, or undermine the stability of their neighbors. It's not coincidental that the worst human rights violators, from Syria to North Korea, are also major threats to international peace and security. It's no surprise that a kleptocratic Russia, which killed Magnitsky, has militarily supported both of these states and militarily invaded and illegally annexed neighboring Ukraine's territory. This has important and dangerous consequences for all of us. Canada and our government has and must continue to engage constructively and deliberately. Let me briefly illustrate Canada's current human rights toolkit and then speak to how Bill S-226 will make an important contribution to Canada's ability to lead on human rights and anti-corruption efforts worldwide. First, no one should doubt that Canada and our government puts human rights on the agenda when we talk to other governments, at all levels, with officials to heads of state. These dialogues are not finger-wagging exercises. Canada raises concerns and does so forcefully when needed privately and publicly. But we also seize opportunities to learn from each other and work together to effect positive change. As the Prime Minister said in his speech at last week's UN General Assembly, we pursue human rights as a partnership through listening, learning, and working together as a way to build a better world. Second, Canada provides funding to multilateral regional and civil society organizations to protect and promote human rights. This includes the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, which is the principal human rights-focused UN office. Third, we support human rights defenders. Recognizing their critical role, Global Affairs Canada has recently released the document, Voices at Risk, Canada's guidelines on supporting human rights defenders. This practical tool helps Canadian officials abroad to provide human rights defenders with the support that they need to be more effective advocates and to do so safely. Bill S-226 adds a new and important tool to this particular toolkit, the ability to take restrictive measures to sanction foreign nationals responsible for gross violations of human rights. To be effective, sanctions must be used wisely and selectively. During its review of the Special Economic Measures Act and the Freezing Assets of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development heard from some of the world's top experts on sanctions and the effective use of sanctions as a tool. As we heard in that testimony, sanctions are a policy instrument that can be useful in combination with other tools as part of an integrated political strategy. The role of sanctions as part of our engagement toolkit was evident recently when the Minister of Foreign Affairs announced sanctions against individuals in the Maduro regime in Venezuela. Doing so sent a clear message that anti-democratic behavior, the physical abuse and murder of protesting citizens, and incarceration of opposition leaders will have consequences. These sanctions are targeted against people responsible for the deterioration of democracy in Venezuela and are part of the multifaceted effort that the Government of Canada has been undertaking to pressure for a return to democracy. Bill S-226 would provide another tool to add to Canada's human rights toolbox by creating a new mechanism to respond to gross human rights violations as well as significant corruption in a foreign state by imposing sanctions on individuals responsible for these violations. The government proudly supports S-226, and we are confident that it will become a valuable addition to Canada's efforts to promote and protect human rights internationally. In closing, I would like to say a few words about the importance of the nonpartisan nature with which all members of the House have approached Bill S-226. On an issue as fundamental and as important to Canadians as the defense of human rights, it's uplifting to see that we can all work together. In particular, I'd like to thank our Foreign Affairs Minister, who so proactively engaged on this file, Senator Andrichuk from the other place, for her passion in bringing this legislation forward, the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman for all of his hard work, and the chair and members of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development for their diligence and perseverance, and their unanimous report, which provided invaluable guidance for this legislation. I'd also like to thank Marcus Kolga. Marcus, your facilitation and advocacy has been invaluable. Finally, to Magnitsky legislation champion Bill Browder, who I came to know during this process. Your relentless and principled efforts to honor the memory of your friend, Sergei Magnitsky, is enshrined in this legislation. To Natasha and Nikita, the wife and son of Sergei Magnitsky, your husband and father was by profession a skilled lawyer and principled auditor. However, within this lawyer and auditor resided a hero who would shine a light on the darkness of a corrupt regime. He sacrificed himself and his future for the future of the Russian people. Wieczna jemu pamięć. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to support S-226, also known as the Sergei Magnitsky Law and the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act. The background to this important bill reads like a Jean Le Carre novel. A Russian lawyer uncovers corruption, theft, and tax fraud by a group of senior Russian bureaucrats and police. He reports it and suddenly finds himself arrested and imprisoned. Days before he has to be released, he mysteriously dies. A former business associate who had asked the lawyer to look into the corruption is himself expelled from Russia under threat of criminal charges. Years later, the U.S. agree on sanctions against the perpetrators of the corruption, only to find representatives of the Russian government, people with close ties to the corrupt officials, lobbying a U.S. presidential candidate to repeal the legislation. All of this happened, Mr. Speaker. The lawyer was named Sergei Magnitsky, and after he reported high-level corruption in 2008, he was thrown into a brutal prison where, according to many well-respected authorities, he was tortured for months until he died. According to the Washington Post, independent investigators found inhuman detention conditions, the isolation from his family, the lack of regular access to his lawyers, and the intentional refusal to provide adequate medical assistance resulted in the deliberate infliction of severe pain and suffering and ultimately his death. In 2012, the United States passed the Magnitsky Act, which named the individuals connected with the corruption and with Magnitsky's death and imposed financial and travel sanctions on them. And the European Parliament has passed a similar act, and both the United Kingdom and Ireland are also looking at new laws. In Canada, a resolution was adopted in 2010 that also imposed sanctions, much to the annoyance of Russian officials, one of whom, according to the Washington Post, called it none other than an attempt to pressure the investigators and interfere in the internal affairs of another nation state. I'm proud to say that the NDP has long been at the forefront of calling for targeted sanctions against those responsible for human rights violations. We have consistently called for Canada to coordinate our sanctions regime within the United States and the European Union, and to tighten sanctions to address major gaps. We believe individuals targeted by sanctions should also be inadmissible to Canada. Unlike the US and EU versions of the legislation, which targeted individuals connected with the case, The bill which is before us today is of a type known as a global Magnitsky Law, which is broader and is meant to be used to impose sanctions on any individual or officials from any country, not just Russia. And this is an important step in fighting government corruption worldwide. Last January, I had the opportunity to travel with the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs to Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Poland, and Latvia to cement our diplomatic friendship. On those visits, we continually heard from officials and NGOs about their concerns for ongoing Russian aggression and the need for continuing and even increasing sanctions against Russia. According to Paul Grod, National President of the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, through its invasion of Ukraine, illegal imprisonment of Ukrainian citizens, and widespread and systematic abuse of human rights, the Russian regime continues to demonstrate its contempt for international law and democratic values. The adoption of Canada of Magnitsky legislation and the sanctioning of Russian officials responsible for human rights violations would be a strong signal that their actions are unacceptable to Canada. We call on Canada's members of Parliament to swiftly adopt Magnitsky legislation and the Government of Canada to enhance sanctions on the Russian Federation and ensure appropriate enforcement of the sanctions. I couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to see that our legislation can be applied not only in Russia, but to corrupt officials anywhere in the world. Corruption is a global problem and a global threat. Transparency.org, which is dedicated to exposing and ending corruption worldwide, said, "The abuse of power, secret dealings, and bribery continue to ravage societies around the world." They go on to say, from children denied an education to elections decided by money, not votes, public sector corruption comes in many forms. Bribes and backroom deals don't just steal resources from the most vulnerable, they undermine justice and economic development and destroy public trust in leaders. Canada is a signatory to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, the only legally binding universal anti-corruption instrument. It covers 5 main areas: preventive measures, criminalization and law enforcement, international cooperation, asset recovery, and technical assistance and information exchange. It includes bribery, trading in influence, abuse of functions, and various acts of corruption in the private sector, among its definitions. The Sergei Magnitsky Law we are discussing today dovetails perfectly with our international obligations under the UN Convention. It does more than commemorate a man who fought a corrupt regime and died for his work. It provides real sanctions against corrupt individuals. This bill includes the ability to freeze, seize, or sequester the Canadian assets and property of foreign nationals who have been deemed responsible or complicit in gross violations of internationally recognized human rights. Sergei Magnitsky began looking into the accounts of Russian officials at the request of an American-British financier, Bill Browder, who has taken on global corruption as a lifelong cause. And I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Browder last year in a lunch meeting here on Parliament Hill. He is now the head of the International Justice Campaign for Sergei Magnitsky. He wrote, "One of the questions I got at various different stages of my advocacy work in Ottawa about the Magnitsky Act was, what does this have to do with Canada? The fact that we found millions of dollars from the blood money of the Magnitsky crime coming to Canada makes Canada directly involved in this thing. This is not a hypothetical or an abstract notion. This is a situation in which a man was murdered for money, and some of that money came to Canada. I believe everyone in this House believes that Canada should not have any role in assisting government corruption abroad. This bill will ensure that Canada can no longer be an unwitting accessory to such acts, and it sends a strong message to corrupt officials everywhere. We are watching, we are paying attention, and we will not help you get away with it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough-Gilwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for getting that right. Mr. Speaker, prior to meeting Bill Browder, the name Sergei Magnitsky was just another name in the news. One more Russian dissident who's tortured or killed by Russian authorities when he or she got too close to the truth about Russian corruption. A long and sad list of people tortured or killed for standing up for the basic freedoms that we in Canada take for granted. Last year, Bill Browder asked to meet us, and he told us the Sergei Magnitsky story, and he gave us his book. I made a point of reading it. Briefly, Sergei Magnitsky had the opportunity to leave Russia. He believed, however, that the law would protect him when he exposed a massive $280 million fraud scandal involving some of the most powerful in Russia. There's a fine line between naivety and bravery, and some might argue that you have to know where the line is. He paid for that with his life. Very simply, Sergei Magnitsky died at the hands of Russian authorities because he exposed financial malfeasance at the highest levels in the Russian government. The second meeting was on the subject was with Vladimir Kara-Murza and the daughter of Boris Nemtsov, an assassinated Russian activist. Kara-Murza walks with a cane. He was poisoned by Russian authorities for being a Russian voice for democracy. Little did I know at the time that we would meet again, and he would be poisoned a second time. And only through an incredible set of circumstances is he alive today. There's no doubt that his bravery, superb intelligence, and persuasive testimony before the Foreign Affairs Committee brings us to where we are today. I took some satisfaction in contributing to the Foreign Affairs Committee report titled A Coherent and Effective Approach to Canada's Sanctions Regime, Sergei Magnitsky and Beyond. And I was particularly pleased with Recommendation 12, which says, in honor of Sergei Magnitsky, the Government of Canada should amend the Special Economic Measures Act to expand the scope under which sanctions can be enacted, including cases of gross human rights violations. Which leads me back to my first conversation with Bill Browder. What good will this sanctions regime do? The short answer is hit them where it hurts. The unique part of these sanctions can now be tailored and applied to those who torture and abuse human rights for financial gain, whether or not they can be linked directly or indirectly to any government of the day. Now there will be no place in Canada for gross abusers of human rights. No condos, no companies, no stocks, no banks, no access to banks or bonds or investments, nothing. Take your filthy money and keep it. I would have thought that every right-thinking person would support the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Minister's Initiative, and the bill before us. Therefore, it was with some surprise that I received the following letter from the Russian Congress of Canada dated June 15th and signed by Igor Babelich as president. It would be interesting to know, Mr. Speaker, whether the Russian embassy saw this letter before it was sent. I believe it would be instructive for members to see that letter and be quite willing to table it. In the meanwhile, however, I think I'll take my remaining few minutes to read from it. It's titled, Statement of the Russian Congress of Canada regarding the announced adoption of the so-called Magnitsky Act, Bill S-226. The Russian Congress of Canada calls upon the Canadian government to withdraw its support for the proposed legislation, as it would set a dangerous precedent, further closing dialogue with Russia at this time. The Foreign Affairs Minister announced that she has agreed to endorse this version of the Magnitsky Act, which would punish officials allegedly involved in human rights violations, as it would provide for expanding sanctions. And that's true. It then goes on to criticize the member from Selkirk Interlake. Can't imagine why. And they give 3 reasons why this bill should not be supported. First, apparently because it mirrors the U.S. law and will not serve Canada's national interests or demonstrate Canada's leadership in the vital area of human rights protection. this copycat adoption of U.S. legislation under pressure from the most overzealous representatives of the Ukrainian nationalist diaspora will set a dangerous precedent and will further deteriorate dialogue with Russia at this time. That's the first reason. The second reason is the Foreign Affairs Committee heard only one side of the Magnitsky controversy. William Browder and a few longtime opponents of the Russian government who had little success in getting elected to public office. These members of the so-called Russian opposition in reality are fully marginal to the Russian political process and have very limited political support among the Russian population. Well, possibly, just possibly, Mr. Speaker, they have limited success in Russian elections because they are either tortured or killed. Possibly, if they stop being tortured, killed, or poisoned, they might have more success. The third reason is that the bill is named after the Russian Sergei Magnitsky. He was an accountant and has often incorrectly been identified as a lawyer. For some reason, that is very important to the writer, that he's been incorrectly identified as a lawyer. It goes on to say Magnitsky was arrested and put on a pre-trial detention facility. And after 11 months in detention, he died in November 2009. That's true. The official Russian investigation of Magnitsky's death did not find any evidence of maltreatment or torture. Wow. The reports of his beating by prison officials, which have been circulated in the West, have not been based on any empirical or documentary evidence. Well, maybe that has something to do with the fact that nobody can gain access to the evidence. And then, in a really interesting statement, he goes on to say, however, the Russian law has changed so that no criminal investigation can now be opened against those facing their first criminal accusation of tax evasion, and accused would not be detained during the processing of their case by the authorities. Somehow or another, that is not as comforting as possibly the writer would hope I would be. But I suppose it's an argument to say we are getting better. His fourth argument is even more interesting. He says the death of Sergei Magnitsky was unfortunate indeed. It certainly was. He then analogizes to the fact that in Canada, 43 prisoners died in 2014 and says that, well, prisoners die in your custody as well. As far as I know, Mr. Speaker, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, as far as I know, none of them have died while being tortured. We cannot support a bill that is ill-informed by individuals with personal animosities against Russia that drag Canada into a campaign of wholesale demonization of Canada's partners and neighbors in the Arctic, who also bear shared responsibility for the state of affairs of the region and must see each other as strategic partners but not enemies. And then goes on to urge that the government withdraw itself from its support of the Magnitsky legislation, as it would be detrimental to such a dialogue and counterproductive with regard to its announced purpose. I don't quite know, Mr. Speaker, what Mr. Babelich hoped to accomplish by his letter to parliamentarians, but it seems to me that it's exactly the opposite of what he intended to accomplish. I am very pleased, Mr. Speaker, to know that colleagues on both sides of the aisle, on all three parties, will unanimously support this bill. Thank you for your time and attention.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona. She may be limited. She may have about 7 minutes or so, 6-7 minutes, from what I can see on the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to stand as well, and if you could let me know when I'm close to 5 minutes, because we have very little time left, and I would like to give time to my colleague so that he can do his closing remarks. I know the bill's very important to him. Mr. Speaker, in my remarks, I don't want to repeat what everyone else said here. I, too, had the privilege of meeting with Bill Browder and to hear the story of Sergei Magnitsky. But I think it's important for us to keep in mind, and those who are following the proceedings, that this is about more than a couple of corrupt actors in Russia. There are reprehensible actions that occur around the globe, and the purpose of this legislation is to protect Canadians and to protect us from the receipt of corrupt dollars, and frankly, to prevent, any Canadians from interacting with and doing financial dealings with those who seriously violate human rights and those who are severely corrupt and may resort to torture. So I think it's important for us to recognize that we are giving some very clear, very sordid examples, and I stand by that, and it was a very sad tale. Sad to say that there are many such tales around the world, and it is long past time when we had the strength of legislation in this country so that our governments can move forward expeditiously when they want to take action to prevent this kind of sordid investment and to send a message to officials around the world and those who deal with officials around the world who may be involved in severe violations of human rights, torture, and severe corruption, money laundering. So this legislation will also prevent the money laundering coming from around the world. This is something that we can do, is one more stoppage to this kind of action around the world. It's kind of our act of protecting those in those other countries so that those officials can get away with the sordid actions that they do. So the purpose of this legislation is to extend and connect actions to prevent people from the right to immigrate to this country or to come here and to do business, as well as preventing them from investing the dollars, the profits from their sordid activities. Both are extremely important. It's important that people recognize that we'll be able to do twice as many things with this legislation. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say that, as I mentioned to the honourable member who has tabled this bill in this place, that it will be equally important that the government act on this legislation. It's one thing to enact a law, it's another one to act, and I'm pleased to hear from the honourable member that there will be measures that will enable individuals to bring forward recommendations for further sanctions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to the closing speech.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues from Etobicoke Centre, Scarborough-Gilwood, Kootenay, Columbia, and Edmonton Strathcona for their interventions tonight. It is important that we demonstrate that there is unanimous consent on this bill, that we are speaking with one voice against gross human rights violators, as well as those corrupt foreign officials who are abusing their power and authority to enrich themselves and their families. Now, and I also omitted thanking the hard work done by the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. That committee came out with the announced report on Sergei Magnitsky that really was a lot of hard work, an in-depth study, and provided great recommendations to the Government of Canada and to Parliament, and was there in a transparent manner for all Canadians to see. So I congratulate every member of the committee that worked on that report. Now, although we are talking specifically about human rights violators from around the world, we can't forget about those within Russia that continue to violate human rights every day. And just today, the opposition leader in Russia, Alexei Navalny, got for the third time another 20 days in jail because he was going to have a peaceful protest in St. Petersburg against the government, which also happens to be during Putin's birthday celebrations this weekend. So they wanted to make sure that he wasn't around to disturb the birthday celebrations for President Putin, and they threw him back in jail. And at his, arraignment this morning, he said about Putin's Russia, he says, all autocratic regimes come to an end. And I guess that's something that all of us, always consider. When we first started hearing about the corruption and Sergei Magnitsky's death and the people who are out promoting it, Boris Nemetsov, the previous leader of the Russian opposition, came here in 2012, and he described Sergei Magnitsky legislation as pro-Russian legislation. It's about standing up for the people of Russia. It's about standing up for human rights, for democracy, and the rule of law. And that's what we're doing today, is we're following through on Boris Nemetsov's best wishes that this would become reality. And of course, he was assassinated outside the Kremlin on February 27th, 2015. And so many of us also heard from Vladimir Kara-Murza, who is now the deputy leader of the People's Freedom Party and coordinator of the Open Russia movement. 2 attempts have been made on his life, assassination attempts by probably the Russian regime. But as he has said, and I think kind of highlights the difference between today's Russia versus the Soviet Union era, he says, for all the similarities between the Soviet era and present-day Russia, there is one major difference. While members of the Soviet Politburo were silencing dissent and persecuting opponents, they did not store their money, educate their children, or buy real estate in the West. Many of the current officials and Kremlin-connected oligarchs do. And it is for that very reason that Russia is being used as a catalyst for the Sergei Magnitsky law. They're the ones that murdered, tortured Sergei Magnitsky, and we've all paid tribute to him tonight. But we can't forget that they continue to abuse their positions of authority, the kleptocracy that surrounds Vladimir Putin, the oligarchs that support him. And that type of corruption and human rights abuses has infiltrated into regimes around the world, as we're talking about Venezuela, about Iran, about Myanmar, and what's happening in Vietnam, and what's happening against the Falun Gong in China. We need to take that role and stand up against that type of atrocities, that type of violations of human rights, and we cannot allow them to use Canada as a safe haven. I appreciate everyone's support for this, and I'm looking forward to getting this back to the Senate as quickly as possible.
La question est la suivante. Monsieur.
The question is as follows. Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Diot, moves that Bill S-226, an act to provide for the taking of restricted measures in respect of foreign nationals responsible for gross violations of internationally recognized human rights, and to make amendments to the Special Economic Measures Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act be now read a third time and do pass.
The pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 4th, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time.
Now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, it is with healthy respect for parliamentary democracy in Canada that I rise on behalf of the women and men of CFB Petawawa, located in my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, which is in the heart of the Upper Ottawa Valley. I rise on behalf of the veterans and serving soldiers in Petawawa and all the veterans and serving personnel across Canada. Democracy in Canada is under attack by the Liberal Party. It's a sad day for democracy that it is even necessary to have today's debate. However, no debate in the halls of Parliament is more important than the defence of democracy and parliamentary tradition. Not once did the Minister of Defence try to answer my question when I asked him why he misrepresented his service record. Today's adjournment debate is all about honour, and in this case, stolen valour. The Minister of National Defence refuses to respect Canadian democratic tradition. Parliamentary tradition demands his resignation. The Minister of Defence lost the confidence of this House when he admitted to embellishing his service record. The Minister of Defence's admission of guilt has lost him the confidence of the people in the Minister of National Defence, which he was appointed to serve, the men and women in uniform, members of the Canadian Armed Forces. The Minister of National Defence had the opportunity this summer to earn back the trust of the soldiers. Nothing disgusts Afghanistan veterans more than the $10.5 million payoff to convicted terrorist Omar Khadr. Where was the Minister of Defence hiding when the Prime Minister announced the multi-million-dollar payoff? His silence during and after the payoff once again demonstrates how little respect he has for our veterans who served in Afghanistan. Yet he's quick to steal their valor when it's politically expedient to do so. The minister betrayed his constituents the first time he misrepresented his record of service to get elected. He betrayed his party, his leader, this House, and his country. He went on to dishonor Canada a second time by repeating this misrepresentation on an international stage. I challenge the Prime Minister's unethical support for a member of his party who fooled voters in the 2015 election concerning his service record and who continues to confuse Canadians by repeating his false claims when he thinks he can get away with doing so. Having grossly inflated his role in one of the largest Canadian military operations in recent history, the Minister of National Defence should have resigned. After he failed to do the honourable thing and fall on his sword, the Prime Minister should have fired him. The Prime Minister, by refusing to fire the Minister of National Defence, has lost the confidence of NATO allies. Defence expenditures are now at their lowest levels since the end of the Great War. This is how the Minister of National Defence chose to inaccurately describe his role on Operation Medusa. On my first deployment to Kandahar in 2006, I was the architect of Operation Medusa, where we removed 1,500 Taliban fighters off the battlefield. And I was proudly on the main assault. Much has been written about this effort to take credit for whatever minor role the minister may or may not have played. What is particularly outrageous for the soldiers actually doing the fighting was a claim by the
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to have this opportunity provided by my colleague opposite to reiterate that the Minister of National Defence is a proud compatriot with 26 years of experience in the reserves, during which he served with honour and distinction as part of 4 missions abroad. For his service, he is an interlocutor of choice in London, Europe, and elsewhere. He is a worthy representative of Canada and our forces. He is proud to have served as part of an extraordinary team made up of Canadian, U.S., and Afghan forces that make Operation Medusa successful. His commander in Afghanistan, General Fraser, considered him one of the best intelligence officers with whom he'd ever worked. A retired colonel stated that Operation Medusa would have never taken place without the major contribution provided by the minister. We would not have had the intelligence and data necessary at the tribal level for the operation. As a reservist, the minister fully understands the needs of service members and their families. Through his years of service in Canada or when deployed abroad, he was in a position to understand that our Canadian Forces members are our greatest asset. When he took up his job, he was fully aware of the large amount of work ahead of him. Each day, he used his experience on the ground, his expertise, and his energy to serve alongside men and women in uniform. He worked hard to complete a long list of files entrusted to him by the Prime Minister in his mandate letter. The Minister expects to ensure that our Canadian Forces members are well trained, highly qualified, and adequately compensated for their work. His aim is to ensure that they have access to the services and support they need in the event of difficulties, and to ensure that their transition from the military to Civvy Street will be harmonious. He seeks to increase recruitment in the Rig and Reserve forces. He works in favor of greater diversity and ensures that all members of the Canadian Forces are treated with dignity and respect in all circumstances. He presided over the launching and development of an exercise in consultation, in fact the largest in the past 20 years, which led to a new, credible, realistic and fully funded defense policy for our soldiers. We have put soldiers and their families at the heart of our policy by ensuring that they have the support, care, training and resources they need to accomplish what we ask of them. The new government defense policy represents a new vision and new approach for defense. The government established an ambitious but realistic plan so that Canada can respond and rise to the challenges of today and the future when it comes to defense. Current expenditures for defense will increase over the next 10 years, going from $18.9 billion to $32.7 billion. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence is very committed to our troops, and the new defence policy is a reflection of that.
Mr. Speaker, what's particularly outrageous for the soldiers doing the actual fighting was the claim by the Minister of National Defence to being on the main assault. Claiming to be on the main assault is an insult to every member of Charles Company 1st Battalion of the Royal Canadian Regiment. Charles Company of 1 RCR is the most decorated and most bloodied company serving in the Canadian Forces. They earned their reputation by being on the main assault. The decision by the Minister of National Defence on more than one occasion to mislead Canadians about something so important as the most significant battle fought by Canadians since the Korean War means the Minister, and by extension the Prime Minister for refusing to fire him, cannot be trusted to do what is right and honourable for Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to be the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. He is a model. He's a reservist, 4 missions, 3 in Afghanistan, 1 in Bosnia, and each time he was honoured. So we should all be very proud of him. His experience led to the success of the new defense policy, and I have seen among troops and their families just how appreciated this policy is. It is at the heart of defense for members, their families. We're looking after their training, their equipment, and ensuring their health and well-being is looked after, as well as their transition from uniform to Civvy Street. And we acknowledge the sacrifices they and their families have made. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
This week, the Union of BC Municipalities endorsed my abandoned vessel legislation at their 1,800 delegate convention. This vote from the largest organization of local governments in British Columbia highlights that coastal communities can't wait any longer for solutions to fix abandoned vessels. Oil spills and marine debris from thousands of abandoned vessels pollute our waterways and put local jobs in tourism and fishing at risk. Across Canada, coastal communities are sounding the alarm, but after years of neglect, the Liberal government won't commit the resources needed to deal with the backlog of abandoned boats. Their announcements this year for removals of abandoned vessels are $300,000 to cover the whole country, plus another $260,000 to deal with DFO-owned small craft harbour abandoned vessels. That's a drop in the bucket for the thousands of boats that need removing. So far, over 50 coastal organizations across Canada have endorsed my abandoned vessel legislation, Bill C-352.
They include the City of Nanaimo, Islands Trust Council, Town of Ladysmith, Association of Vancouver Island Coastal Communities, the BC Ferry and Marine Workers Union, 4,000 members, the Vancouver and District Labour Council, which represents 60,000 members. I have the support of marinas, harbour and port authorities from Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, Ontario and British Columbia. This week, we are celebrating the one-year anniversary of the removal of the abandoned vessel Vicky Lynn 2 from Ladysmith Harbour, where it had languished as a blight for 4 years. It was a big step for our community after years of effort by former New Democrat MP Jean Crowder, Saminas Chief John Elliott, Ladysmith Mayor Aaron Stone, and the Ladysmith Maritime Society. I'm so glad that working together, we were able to get federal action from this Parliament to tow it away. In July, I brought my campaign to Nova Scotia, where I spoke with marine allies about what they need to get rid of abandoned vessels on their coastline. In September, concerned residents from Cowichan Bay and beyond came to the town hall that I hosted with a member of Parliament from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. Residents were eager to talk about solutions to the problem that has been plaguing their coastline for decades. From Tofino, BC to Fogo Island, Newfoundland, coastal communities are urging the Liberal government to adopt my legislation to clean up abandoned vessels and protect our waterways and coastlines. Returning to Parliament today with these endorsements, will the government heed the call of coastal communities united that this government adopt my legislation and solve once and for all the abandoned vessel problem?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. In fact, our government is taking meaningful action on abandoned and wrecked vessels. As part of the $1.5 billion Ocean Protections Plan, we're invested in a comprehensive strategy that will address problem vessels from multiple angles. A component of the strategy is already underway with the launch on May 31st, 2017, of a national abandoned boats program led by Transport Canada. This program will facilitate the removal of existing, legacy, smaller, high-priority abandoned boats plaguing our coasts. It'll educate boat owners about their responsibilities and support research into improving recycling options for vessels. In addition, on September the 7th of 2017, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans announced the launch of a complementary abandoned and wrecked vessels removal program. This separate initiative will provide funds to assist in the removal of priority vessels that are currently abandoned in the Department of Fisheries and Oceans-owned small craft harbours. This measure will benefit local commercial fishing industries and the broader interests of affected coastal communities. Our strategy goes beyond addressing existing problem vessels. Very importantly, our long-term strategy is designed to take the cost burden off taxpayers and implement vessel owner finance programs to pay for the cleanup of vessels. Shifting the cost burden from taxpayers also means that we need to hold vessel owners accountable through law. It is unacceptable that owners can walk away from their vessels, leaving these vessels to deteriorate in our waters without penalty. Our current laws do not allow us to intervene early enough and often enough until vessels reach the point of posing serious risks to cleanup costs and to our economy and our environment. The need for prohibition on vessel abandonment has come up repeatedly in our consultation with Canadians. Such legislation has proven to be successful in reducing the problem in other jurisdictions, and we're following through with the best practice in Canada by meeting our commitment to introduce legislation in 2017. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with all levels of government, partners, Indigenous groups, and coastal communities to support the cleanup and prevention of abandoned and wrecked vessels. As the member mentioned, we have already made considerable progress, and it will continue. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard in this House over 25 times the Minister of Transportation and the Minister for Fisheries and Oceans say that they are going to act on abandoned vessels and that legislation is coming. But it's been 2 years now, and we still don't have legislation. So the elements that the member opposite describes are all good elements, but none of them can be implemented. None of them have any teeth unless this government introduces legislation into this House. $300,000 was the removal amount that was offered for this year, plus the just recent top-up of $260,000. The Vicky Lynn 2 in Ladysmith Harbour that I helped remove cost $1.2 million to remove. That's just one boat. So it's been almost a year since the Oceans Protection Plan was announced. I appreciate the intention of the government, but unless it takes action, those words are meaningless for coastal communities. New Democrats.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our government signaled that its intent to take meaningful action on this matter with the endorsement of the private member's motion M40 by the member for South Shore St. Margaret's. And we're delivering on this. I've already spoken about the measures we have implemented or intend to implement to clean up problem vessels and to improve vessel owner responsibility. In order for these measures to be effective, we also make sure that vessel owners understand their responsibilities, and this is another important piece of our strategy on abandoned, derelict, and wrecked vessels. We will work to better inform vessel owners of the consequences of abandoning their vessels, their responsibilities, and their options for proper disposal. Our efforts to expand the scope and the scale of our educational activities will include supporting the outreach activities of marine partners who directly interact with boat owners. Together, we will continue to make...
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm rising to, to follow up on the May 2nd question I asked. And I get this privilege because iPolitics actually had an access to information request that came back with 100 pages of information showing emails, staff emails of diplomatic staff, showing that there was a growing confusion over how to work with this dual appointment of Special Envoy Stéphane Dion to the European Union and to Germany. Actually, there's a quote I want to share with the House. No idea if true of how it would work. I think that could almost explain any Liberal policy that's been put forward by this government. There's a large block of text as well that was redacted, no doubt showing the gong show that this appointment has become with our allies. It's also completely, the fault lays completely with the Prime Minister, and that's something that Special Envoy Dion said to the Foreign Affairs Committee when he appeared before on May 2nd of this year, and he said that the agrément was not in place at the time, and that is something amongst diplomatic staff is very important. Before you make a diplomatic appointment, typically you ask your allies, you ask the countries whether they are willing to accept it, and that had not been done in the case of the European Union. Another quote of an ex-Canadian ambassador who says, "We look like amateur hour, and that the German and EU jobs are more than full-time jobs on their own." So the German appointment by itself implies that the government believes that German leadership of the EU, this was pre-Brexit, took precedence over our allies in the United Kingdom, that their leadership of the European Union at the time was not as important as the leadership of Germany. We were taking sides. It was truly an internal diplomatic matter. So the question I want to continue on today with the Parliamentary Secretary is, was the appointment of Special Envoy Dion made to advance our national interest, or was it to deal with a niggling personnel problem that the Prime Minister had, namely that he had an incompetent minister at the time and that he wanted to move him out of the way, shunt him to across the pond, so to speak, to the European Union and to Germany, so it would be someone else's problem. More so, if that's the behavior this government is going to have to ignore the Foreign Service, ignore the diplomatic staff that we have at Global Affairs, which minister is next? Because I think that the Minister of Finance is ready for an ambassadorship. I mean, there's countries like perhaps Mongolia or perhaps North Korea. Maybe Cuba would be nice this time of year that we could send the Minister of Finance to. No doubt he's bungled the consultation on his small business tax proposals, and he's bungled the ending portion of it. He's refused to apologize. So which minister is next, and are future ambassadorial appointments going to be treated to get rid of personnel issues on the front bench, or will they be done in the best interests of Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that my colleague across the way, as well as every member in this House, would agree that Canada enjoys a long-standing and close strategic partnership with the European continent. We're connected by our values, valor, heritage, and many other commonalities. We also face issues in common such as peace and security, climate change, migration. Such challenges can only be resolved with effective global cooperation in which the EU-Canada partnership must play a significant role. Now, under our government, we have two major levers to enhance our joint action with our European counterparts. First, the Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, and second, its political counterpart, the new Strategic Partnership Agreement. These two levers leave us better equipped than ever. On September 21st, just last month, provisional application was implemented for CETA, the most progressive trade agreement ever negotiated. Cet accord historique que notre gouvernement a fièrement signé.
This historic accord, which the Government of Canada proudly signed October 30th, 2016 in Brussels, will give Canadian businesses from all over the country unprecedented access to the European Union, which is the second largest market in the world, with more than 500 million consumers and a GDP of $21 billion.
CETA, the EU and Canada can now show the world that there is no need to choose between trade and progress. To maximize our chance for success in strengthening our relationship with Europe, to advance our security, our social and economic interests, Canada now has a new resource, a senior diplomat to Europe. Le Canada dispose actuellement.
Canada currently has 36 bilateral missions in 32 countries. This presence, already strong, can be further reinforced through a coherent pan-European approach. Ambassador Dion, a renowned Canadian, has always fought for a better Canada, a Canada that is greener, more united. He also has a great deal of knowledge about Europe and firmly supports this transatlantic relationship. These values and qualifications are what he brings to the position of Ambassador of Canada to Germany and Special Envoy to the European Union and Europe.
Having just taken his post earlier this year, to date, our ambassador has already participated in the NATO summit in Brussels, Globek Forum 2017, one of the top security conferences in Central and Eastern Europe, a trade mission to Italy, the EU Development Days, possibly the largest gathering on international development issues, the G20 in Hamburg, the Woodrise Conference promoting the Canadian forestry sector, and most recently, an academic conference on inclusiveness, an important value, one that needs our promotion, especially in today's global climate. Mr. Speaker, Ambassador Dion's presence at these important engagements puts Canada at the table with our European counterparts to tackle the biggest issues of our time, issues that have no borders and need collaboration in order to achieve real results. Nous sommes honorés que M. Dion représente.
We are honored that Mr. Dion is representing Canada and defending its interests as Ambassador to Germany and Special Envoy to the European Union and Europe.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, je vais féliciter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to congratulate the member for Fredericton for his excellent French that he used today. I see that he's working hard to reach the first bench of the cabinet. It's a good thing because I think that very soon there will be another position that the government will have to appoint a candidate to.
And maybe some cushy appointment for especially the Minister of Finance. There's a Yiddish proverb, as we live, so we learn. And I hope that the government has learned the lesson in this. You can't treat allies like a dumping ground for washed-up politicians. You got to treat them with the respect that they deserve. First, you need to consult with them and actually get their agrément in the first place before then having to dial it back and say, well, actually, the ambassadorship we were meant to give you is not so much that as it is just a special envoy. And former Minister Dion now will actually be answering to Ambassador Costello. We already have professional and excellent diplomatic staff there.
Secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Of Stéphane Dion as Canada's ambassador to Germany and special envoy to the European Union and Europe has already paid dividends for Canada, and it continues to deliver on our Prime Minister's commitment to strengthen Canada's role and relationships in Europe. And now in my previous statement, I offered but just a short list of Monsieur Dion's engagements to date, simply only a few months into the role. To conclude, let me say that Monsieur Dion's expertise and his years of service to his country, his deep knowledge of Europe, and his strong commitment to transatlantic relationship make him the ideal appointment as Canada's senior diplomat in Europe and to deliver for Canada and Canadians. And I know should the member opposite be in Berlin, he can count on the top quality service from Mr. Dion as he could count on from all of our mission leads across the world. Mr. Speaker, that's Canadians helping Canadians.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc ajournée.
The House remains adjourned until tomorrow, 10 a.m., pursuant to 24.1 of the standing orders.